Mm-hmm.
So whether it's got anything to do with this, don't know. It's going to take a little bit longer than my lifetime to go through a few more solar cycles to work this out.
Right. Right. Oh, goodness.
So Scott, I don't have a ton to say today, except for, we're going to talk about this, this, and this. Are you going to ask me questions or anything, or?
Yeah, we'll talk to you. Don't worry.
Like 10 minutes, okay.
Don't worry. We make it easy.
I mean,
I think we make it easy. Gary, do you think it's easy to be on Global Star Party, or?
Yeah, it's so relaxed. It's just chill out.
I mean, just pretend, Donna, that you are at a big star party. Yeah, you're at a big star party and you're just hanging out and talking. So yeah. That's kind of it,
Okay, great.
That's what it is. And we've got a great group of people. You're not going to meet nicer people. I don't think so.
Maybe. Well, I don't know about that, Scotty. I mean, some of us are a great group of people, but I don't know. I could be in a bad mood sometimes,
Yeah, that's true, David. And I've seen you really rip into people a few times. But
yeah. Really sorry about that.
I haven't seen that. Okay.
How you keeping, David? Haven't spoken to you for a long time.
Yeah, Gary, it's good to see you.
And
welcome back.
Yeah. Seems like ages since I was last on.
Yeah, it's been a long time. And Gary, it's good to see you. It's good to see you back.
Excellent. And you?
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. So Donna, if you belong to like Facebook groups or anything like that, and you're on Facebook, you can watch the program. You can watch the program on Facebook or YouTube. You just go to explorescientific.com/live, and it shows the different channels that we're on. Okay, so you'll see YouTube, Facebook, but you need to do that on a separate computer, not on the same computer you're on. Okay. Yeah. And then you could watch it. There's a little bit of a delay, like maybe 15 to 20-second delay. And if you have groups that you belong to, you can share to them, that kind of thing. So
yeah, I will.
But the volume, the mic needs to be turned off, and the speakers need to be turned off. Otherwise, you get into this echoey, repeating, very annoying kind of thing. So right now, you sound great.
So maybe what I'll do is I'll try it like the day before for a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Somebody else do.
Hello, Jerry Hubbell.
Hi, David. How are you?
Very well, thank you. I'm going to need you again, believe it or not. I'm going to need you again.
Oh, are you?
To set me up on that same telescope, because I keep on forgetting how to connect it.
Okay.
So there's no hurry, but whenever you have a chance,
Sure.
we could go through it again. And there's certainly no hurry for it, but I appreciate that, Jerry.
But tomorrow would be good, Jerry.
No, do you have the dates for the Star Party next year that you want to do? Because one of the Canadians has been interested in getting the date, Scott, for that Star Party.
We have tentative dates for the Dark Sky Star Party. I think it's September 21st through the 25th. Let me double check here.
Be away for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
September the 46th,
The 46th, yes.
September the 46th.
Yeah. 21st to the 25th is where we're estimating it.
21st to the 25th.
So I expect to
Of
get
September.
confirmation of that pretty soon. So,
Okay, the Wednesday. The tentative dates are September 21st to 25th,
yeah,
the star party next year.
yes.
Thank you, Scotty.
You're welcome.
It ends on Rosh Hashanah next year.
Oh, okay. Is that good?
It's very good. In fact, today is Rosh Hashanah this year.
Oh, okay. Wonderful.
Which is it's always very good when a star party ends on Rosh Hashanah.
Perfect. And those of you who've already logged on the audience, if you would, please share, subscribe, and like this program. It is an educational outreach program. So that always helps.
And send money.
And send money, send cash. David Levy, I'll give you the account information later.
Send money, lots of money. Yeah, well,
Right.
we're glad you're all going to be here. It's going to be a nice star party because we celebrate John Dobson today.
Next week is his birthday.
Next week. Yeah.
Next week. But Donna's here to tell us a little bit about it. So a lot of people are curious about John Dobson. And it's going to be cool because we're going to have a lot of people that knew him and can talk about his, what he was like, and what he did and all that cool stuff, Yeah, I mean, he is really, you think about somebody who was, I don't know how reluctant he was as an astronomer, but I know that he loved astronomy and he loved showing people the skies. But I received a letter from him one time where he was reluctant to claim the name Dobsonian for a telescope,
Yeah.
And is that true, Donna?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. He didn't think they should be named after him. But
Yeah.
that might have just been because then everybody thought he was dead.
Oh, really?
But
Maybe he
like
didn't
we
like
had
that.
we had a guy one time that he had read about him, and then he came down to Vedanta because he goes, I found out the guy's still alive, and I'm like, I've got to go there. I've got to meet him, because he's
Right.
a Newtonian on a Dobsonian mount. He figured he was dead long, long ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. He wasn't big on that. Although I think he secretly liked it.
Yeah. Why not?
Most of us would.
Yeah.
Especially when we were at Saratololo and they're like, oh, look, here's a Dobsonian,
Yeah. That's
that
right.
had to.
Sure.
Eureka is a very fine Dobsonian. I was using it last night. It is the optically nicest telescope I've got right now. I don't know how it is at its high power the best, but at the low power, the images it gives are absolutely delightful. It's a 12-inch from Explore Scientific, and I can really say that it's a magical telescope. And you can, Wendy says you can thank me later. Well, hello, Carol. Carol is here and Cameron is here. Hi, Cameron.
Oh, David?
Hey, David.
Hi, it's good to see
David,
you.
good to see you. And it's
Hi.
great to see Gary again. That's awesome.
And Gary Palmer is decorating us with his presence today, which is really very, very good to have him back.
Yeah, hi to everyone. Haven't been here for a while, so plenty to talk about anyway. That's one good thing of not being on each week. It all builds up into a long discussion.
Well, I have a lot to say about Dobsonian telescopes, but I'll save it for later. But it's a beautiful design.
Yeah, elegant. I think most of us have used Dobsonian telescopes, so.
Well, I kind of never went beyond. I stopped.
Well, there's really, I mean, in many ways, you don't really need to go beyond, so.
Yeah. Well, most of my time is on the sidewalk, so I don't need anything else.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even use
Really,
the biggest, I use the smallest one I have.
Oh, what's the biggest one you have?
Right now I have a 16. We
Oh,
had a 20, we had a 22 that we donated. I gave it to the guy from, to Tony from Griffith, but I have a 16 somebody donated.
Well, hello, everybody. This is Scott Roberts from Explore Scientific and the Explore Alliance, and this is the 61st Global Star Party. So thanks for tuning in. We have a great lineup of people that include David Levy, Carroll from the Astronomical League, Gary Palmer, all the way from the UK. We've got Donna Smith from the Sidewalk Astronomers. She'll talk about John Dobson and a special event that we'll have next week. We have Jerry Hubbell live from the Mark Slade Remote Observatory. Cesar Brollo live from Buenos Aires, doing what only Cesar can do. Maxi Falieres from Argentina. Nico Arias, also Nico the Hammer as he's called, also from Argentina. Gillis with his Camstronomy series that he also shares with us on Global Star Party. And Pekka Hautala, all the way from Sweden. So there may be others that tune in or present, but that would be in the after party. So, but we're really happy to have you here. And we are going to start off with my dear friend, David Levy, who, if you've watched any of the Global Star Parties, you know that he kicks off almost every event with his insight into the theme of the star parties, which this particular theme is the power of stars. And that could take us almost anywhere in the universe and almost onto any topic because, we're all made of star stuff. So, but David's collection of poetry that he has at his fingertips, his humor, sometimes his singing is all very wonderful. I feel very privileged to have done so many Global Star Parties with him. It's now 61, and he's done other events with us too. So plus all the other things that he's done for other clubs and groups online, David has been spreading himself all over the world. And, if there's people out there listening out there in the universe, they're hearing him too. So anyhow, David, thank you so much for coming on to the 61st Global Star Party. And I'm going to turn it over to you, man.
Well, thank you so much, Scott. And it's good to be here. And it's especially good to see Donna here, who will be talking about John Dobson a little bit later on this evening. We're celebrating the birthday of John Dobson today, and we're celebrating the wonderful contributions that he made. I first met him in 1973. I was visiting my sister in San Francisco. I decided to go to the San Francisco Museum of Science there, and there was a group of people looking at the sun with homemade telescopes, and John was there. And I got to meet him, and we started a lifelong friendship. And in a way, it still goes on. A lot of the telescopes that I use right now are Dobsonian telescopes, particularly Eureka, the 12-inch that I have from Explore Scientific. And Scotty, I cannot tell you enough how much I enjoy that telescope. I used it last night for 2 hours of comet hunting, and maybe I'll use it again tonight for another 2 hours of comet hunting. I just love that telescope. Anyway, I usually begin these star parties with a poetic quote. And so to honor John Dobson, I have chosen something from Amateur Telescope Making. Right at the very beginning of it, it is a poem by C.A. Olson, and it's called A Piece of Glass. And here it goes. He labored late into the night. At early morn, his task resumed, to fashion thus a disk of glass into a subtle curve, not deep, but measured only by the shades of light, from a simple pinhole made in foil, revealing to his practiced eye imperfections infinitesimal, until at last his skill produced a curve so true the mind of man could not discern the wavering of a breath. Just a piece of glass, 'twas said, but in that simple disk, the heavenly host of suns and stars, yea, universes, reveal their glory in the sky for us to ponder and to adore. Thank you, Scotty, and back to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, it would be wonderful to have everyone that's listening today to also celebrate the actual birthday of John Dobson, which will be on September 14th, which will be great. We know that Dobson had an incredible influence on most of us in amateur astronomy. So, and it's something that will be going on for a long time. Next up is Carroll Iorg. Carroll is the president of the Astronomical League. He's someone that has been, loyal and devout to the league's vision and mission to increase awareness of astronomy through their 300 and some odd member clubs. There are, I think, nearly 22,000 members. They are the world's largest single group in amateur astronomy today. Carroll, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Scott, it's so good to be here, and thanks for having us on here. And I add to the thoughts about John Dobson. What a giant in the field. He affected all of us in some ways or another. And what better tribute than having a mount that's still existing to this day all over the world. So I can't think of a better legacy. He was certainly one
maybe
of a
more
kind.
popular than ever.
Exactly right.
Right.
So it's good to see everybody. And David, thanks for your wonderful words as always. Okay, let me share my screen. We're going to get to some questions here.
Okay. Yeah, you're sharing.
Okay. First of all, we'd like to give the warning about any prize you might earn, which involves the use of looking through an eyepiece. You want to make sure you're safe and have the proper precautions, the filtering. Okay. The answers to the Star Party from August 31st, 2021. Question number one from that one. Number one, what momentous space event occurred on October 4th, 1957? And the answer is, and that's probably no surprise to many of the people on this broadcast, the launch of the Sputnik 1 by the Soviet Union, marking the beginning of the space age. Then the second one, who is the oldest person to fly in space? And we got a new person in that rank within the last little bit. And the answer is Wally Funk at age 82. She was a member of the Mercury 13 Women in Space program, canceled in the late 1960s. And that's unfortunate because the political pressures were such that it was not considered the proper thing for a lady to be in the program. But she got her comeuppance because she flew in the New Shepard spacecraft on July 20th, 2021. So what a neat experience that was. And she had a ball up there reporting what was going on. So that was wonderful. Number three, the Summer Triangle asterism features the stars Vega, Deneb, and Altair. What constellation are each of them found in? Vega is found in Lyra, the harp. Deneb is viewed in Cygnus, this one. And Altair can be found in Aquila, the eagle. Okay, and the correct answers from the GSP 60 from that last Star Party were Josh Kovac, Gabriel Melsert, Andrew Korkel, Alan Hill, Adrian Bradley. Got a couple of winners on here. Marvin Huddleston, Israel Monteroso, Gary Albin, Matthew Walsh, and Astro Molly Images. And we monthly draw winners for the GSP. And the winners for August are Israel Monterosso and Beatrice Hines. And I believe Scott is giving away a set of 2 eyepieces tonight for the August entries. Scott, do you want to say some words about that?
Well, these 2 eyepieces are a set of 14 millimeter eyepieces out of our waterproof eyepiece line. I forget the exact value of them, but it's a nice set, guaranteed for more than a lifetime. They're guaranteed forever. No matter what happens to them, as long as you register them with us, they have a forever transferable, no fault warranty. So it's definitely something that is a great benefit, in case, some sort of mishap happens to your eyepieces, including, we had a set of eyepieces that were caught in a house fire in Paradise, California. The entire house burnt to the ground, but the owner was able to dig the eyepieces out of the ashes of the burnt remains of the home, and we replaced them with brand new eyepieces. So I think that's about the best coverage that you can get. But very unfortunate that that even happened in the first place. The winner, Astro Molly, a lot of you might know her as Astro Molly, but it is her name is Molly Wakeling, and so she's a great astronomer and often appears on Global Star Party. So congratulations, Molly. That's great.
What a wonderful story,
Wonderful
Scott.
story.
It certainly speaks to the quality of your products and certainly to your commitment to customer service. It is just outstanding.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate all that very much.
Thank you.
Okay, now let's get to tonight's questions. And again, the answers, or the questions, I should say, should be sent to secretary@astroleague.org. Question number 1. What important U.S. astronomy celebration was held in Washington, D.C. on October 7th, 2009? October 7th, 2009, a special celebration in Washington, D.C. So think about that in a little while, and then get your answer in to secretary@astroleague.org. Number 2, what is the name of the sister galaxy of the Milky Way galaxy? What's the sister galaxy of the Milky Way galaxy? And why is it called a sister galaxy? So there's a 2-part series to that one. And finally, William Herschel is most famous for discovering Uranus. Who helped him develop the modern mathematical approach to astronomy? Who helped him develop the modern mathematical approach to astronomy? Again, send your answers to secretary@astroleague.org. And I would like to remind you that the next Astronomical League Live, and this is number 9, will be held on Friday, September 17th at 7 p.m. Eastern. And our featured speaker is Claude Plymate from Astronomical Adaptive Optics. So I hope you'll tune in for that. It's always a special guest we have for that series. And thank you, Scott, again, for also hosting this one.
Oh, Carroll, thank you so much, man. It's so great to have the Astronomical League so involved with this outreach activity. But that's what the Astronomical League does. They are constantly working towards expanding the awareness of astronomy, both for adults and very young people, including high school students that enter in the National Young Astronomers Award, and the Jack Horkheimer Award that's out there that the league supports. They are helping both the our generation. When I say ours, I talk about people in my age group, but also in the next generation of astronomers that are coming up. and they have been supporting youth in astronomy for decades now, and so it's an honor to be involved with them as we can. The next person up now is Gary Palmer. Gary is a friend to astrophotographers everywhere. He's very famous, very known for his solar work, but he does extraordinary deep sky work as well. And he's been on global star parties many times, showing us how to use, advanced programs like PixInsight, which he just flows through like it's a hot knife into butter. But Gary is great. He teaches classes online, which you can take from him. If you're trying to take your astrophotography to the next level, and I don't care what level you're at. If you want to keep pushing the envelope as amateur astronomers do, then you'll find that the classes through Gary Palmer Astronomy are an incredible value, and he'll put you in the fast lane as far as being one of the more advanced astrophotographers out there. So, Gary, it's great to have you on our program. How are things going in the UK?
Thanks, Scott. Yeah, it's going pretty good. It's very busy. We've got some clear skies for a change, unusual in the UK. So, yeah, it's the usual sort of thing. Lots going on, lots of different workshops and customers coming here now. Now we've removed the lockdown.
Oh, that's good.
We're getting very busy on the sun. The sun's getting very active, so there's lots going on there. That's taking off at the moment. So I thought, first off, we'll have a quick look at something that's coming in live. That would be the best thing. So if I share that screen first, hopefully you can see that.
Yeah. And Gary, I just want to tell you in advance, we're running a little ahead of the schedule. So if you need to take a little extra time, that's okay.
Excellent. Good. Because it's got a lot to discuss.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's coming in live at the moment on one of the systems. So that's the Heart Nebula.
Wow.
They're 5-minute exposures, one-shot color camera, and we're using one of the L Extreme filters on that. And yeah, that we'll just leave that running for a little while, and then might even move to the Sol next to it, and then we'll join them up and make a mosaic when it's finished. But probably run for a couple of hours, something like that on this. And they're 5-minute exposures coming in, so that's all nice and straightforward on that side.
Wonderful.
I'll stop sharing that one for a second and just fire this screen up. This was from last night. That was just an hour's worth on a wide field rig, so it wasn't the best of skies last night. Yeah,
It looks
so
like
it's
the
just
best of skies. It does. It looks like the best of skies to me.
yeah. When I'm looking tonight, you can see there's some high cloud up there, which just causes the little bit of bloating out on the stars. But
I see.
for hour and a half's worth of data, that's quite nice. So if I close this one down now, lose that down, I'm going to stop sharing the screen for a second. And then
I think we're all starting to get a little spoiled with the technology and how good and the skills and knowledge people have to do short time work.
The technology's there, but it is the skills and knowledge that you have to learn to make full use of it.
Right.
So about 7 years ago, somewhere around then, Daystar launched the Cork. Yeah, nice and straightforward. Eyepiece goes into the back of a normal refractor, allows you to image the sun. And as soon as I saw the design on this, I went, you can double stack that. Yeah. What we mean by double stacking is move really the bandwidth down. Yeah. So we're tightening up the bandwidth and we're showing detail at different levels on the sun. So every now and then I get this little urge to just play around a little bit more and do some other things. So a couple of weeks back, I thought, well, everybody has trouble getting images out of one of these little 50 millimeters, and that's due to the back focus on them. yeah, in the way that they work. So you can get images out of them, but they're quite hard work. So I thought, well, let's double stack one with the Quark. Yeah, it's nice and straightforward. So it's perfectly safe to do this because you have got an echelon in here. Yeah, you don't point your eyes at the sun looking through it once you remove these parts, but it's very simple to assemble. And since I posted the images up a couple of weeks back, I've had literally hundreds of questions on how you do this. And it's really straightforward. So that's the back of the 50mm, nice and straightforward. These are the extensions that I've worked out.
Okay.
So all we need to do now is attach these basically to the back of this. So putting everything here nice and sensible.
Now, Gary, when you said you worked out those adapters, did you have those custom made or?
No, they're just off the shelf. So they're M42 and then they will go over to M48. When I find where I put the ring down, yeah, because I put it here and covered it in the last 5 minutes, which is not a real problem. Anyway, we'll screw this on first. So this is an M42 adapter. It's all standard stuff off the shelf. And you will have to play around very, very slightly with this. Once this is on, all there is an adapter here to run up from M42 to M48.
Okay.
Then the Quark goes in the back. Once the Quark goes in the back, then just gently screw it on. Now, anybody who uses one of these lumps knows that they've got a pressure tuner on them. The main thing you need to do when you do this is release the pressure on the tuner, yeah, and reset it. And I suggest people do that most days that they use them anyway. And all you do is just gently unscrew it till you hear a little hiss. And then the system's reset. Now, the dial on your Quark will vary. Yeah, that varies. And that is because all Quarks are very slightly different. None of them are exactly the same. Yeah, so you will always say start off in the middle, yeah, and work it left and right. And once you put the camera onto here, so we would have a tilt adapter on the camera. That's just going to help balance everything up. And that is the complete double stack system.
Wow.
So it works out at somewhere around 80 to 100mm, yeah, depending on the adapter on the back here. Yeah, they're all very work very differently. Now you can, if you get really ingenious, yeah, over a course of time, you can unbolt this, yeah, so you can unbolt the actual echelon from this, get an adapter, yeah, and adapt this up onto larger telescopes, which is what I've done in the past. Yeah, right up to sort of 130, 140 millimeters.
Okay.
So there's nothing that's stopping you doing that. It is advisable if you're going to stop using this part, yeah, to use an ERF on the front. So an energy rejection filter. You can get them in all different sizes. There's one there. So that will look like that.
You can literally build a custom double stack solar telescope.
So
you know, when I worked at Mead Instruments, I was involved with the Coronado telescopes, and making a double stack was really a very specialized type of thing. We would make one set of etalons, and then we would make another set, and it was really touch and go. I mean, you really had to, we had to match them up at the factory. This was not something that the user could do. But it looks like you found a great method to do this. And
the big difference between the factory-made double stack and double stack in this way is you probably allow about a third more light through the system.
I see.
That means then when you want to image, so bearing in mind this is a 50mm aperture, yeah, you're starting to capture the three-dimensional structures. So if we go to... Let's have a look at that one there. There you go. So instead of them being two-dimensional, where you get the chromosphere line, you're reducing your bandwidth in a sense. So if you think about the standard lunt's about a 0.7 angstrom. When you're doing a normal double stack, you bring it down to about 0.5 angstrom. If you double stack with a cork, then you're starting to move down to about 0.3 Angstrom, or even lower, depending on how you put the system together. There are a couple of things though. Flax caps, they're quite a new thing. I'll just stop the share again to discuss that for a second, because these are pretty ingenious. Now, we've got an upmarket supermarket over here called Waitrose, and the carrier bags that they used to give out used to be the correct density to put over the front of a telescope on the sun, and it would defocus it, and it would give you a perfectly nice flat. But these have been developed now. Dostal have started making these where you put these on the front, increase your exposure, and you subtract a live flat as your imaging, and that will subtract off of the video. So one of these is actually quite a good thing to use now, because when you're double stacking, and as you'll know, Scott, doing these in the factory, yeah, you will always get an area which is slightly duller or slightly brighter than the other, because you're matching two etalons together. So using that actually flattens the field of view right across the image, and it creates a nice image. Now, the argument that kicked off the other week online was you're not double stacking. Well, you are, because the term of double stacking is two etalons. So it's to put one etalon in front of another. That's regardless of the bandwidth of Angstrom that you're doing. So this is actually the quantum that I use here. This is a 0.2A quantum. It's one of the lowest you can get. So that's only a single filter in there. We're still coming down to 0.2 Angstrom via a single filter. The term of double stacking is actually using two etalons. So this is actually too contrasty to put another etalon in front of it. And really it comes down that low that you wouldn't need to. But the negative side to this is it's probably somewhere around, I don't know, $25,000, $30,000 for this unit. Ooh. Yeah. Whereas a lot of people have got a little lump 50 sitting around, and a lot of people have got quarks sitting around, and you can come into the same area on the images for these now. So this is really what it's all about. And if we look at some of the images, let me just share that one up. Give me a couple of seconds. So this is the same effect, it's just band shifting, but this is down at about 0.3, 0.2, 0.3 Angstrom. And that's the exit point of a solar flare. Now, when you're imaging through a normal system, the solar flare will look like this. This is exactly the same solar flare. It's two different systems at the same time. So the solar flare there is actually overexposing, and you can't see where it's coming from. But by double stacking, it allows you to do quite a few things. And one of those is contrast up the image, so you can actually see what's going on. So just look at a couple of these. These are off of the 50mm over the last couple of weeks, just playing around. And as I said, weather's not been brilliant here. Yeah, that's an image today. That's a lot more high resolution. Yeah, that's on a larger system, but that's the two sunspots that are running around today. And then what I wanted to do was go into mosaicing, because if you're using a 50mm and you put a cork on the back, the cork's got a 4.2 telecentric Brollo in it. So you're now not going to fit the whole of the sun in your image. So easy way to mosaic. If I just open up these images, there we go. So these are the TIFFs. Now I've already squared these off. And what I mean by squared these off is cut the stack lines off. If you've got stack lines on the edges, trim the images. Yeah, so they're all ready to go. But these are the shots through the double stack system. Now, if you want a real easy way of doing it, use Microsoft Ice. And then all you do is get hold of the actual TIFF images. So they're not processed, they're not run through Registacks, they're only stacked in Auto Stacker. And then just drop them into Microsoft Ice. Yeah, we discard that, run these in, and it will make the mosaic for you. So there's 10 images in total. And give it a couple of seconds to work it all out. That's it. So then we can set our crop lines so we can crop off the edges that don't match. and then you can export this out, yeah, in your preferred format. So the TIFF is not that good when it exports a TIFF, so I generally use the PNG on this. Yeah, and then we can just export it out to wherever we want. And I should have it already set in here. Let me just move that over. And that's it in Registacks. So if we go to the full image, you can have a wander around there and you'll see that sharpening it up, changing this. So if I set that as the area, then I can move this around a bit lighter. But what you'll notice is that you using the double stack system, that these active areas really stand out now. So when you're solar flare hunting, this is a really good system to start hunting around for that. And then we just do all. And you can add your color and do whatever else you want to the image after it's done. But that's the full mosaic together, and then you save it off. You can also see, even from the smaller aperture, you can see a lot of detail in the prominences. You can see they actually take that three-dimensional structure. There was a couple of prominences the other day where you could pick the feet right up on the back of the surface over here, yeah, running right out to the prominence on the edge.
Cool.
So that's the easiest way around that. Now, I've been given permission to share. Let me just find the folder. Something that we're working on, or been working on for quite a while now. And this runs right back to when we were at NEAF. Yeah, the last time, which I've just got to find my folder first. Go to there. There we go. When we're doing these shows, you're always walking around, you see new things, and then you look at something that's come out and you think, well, we can adapt that, yeah, for another use. Yeah, so it's a good product in its own right, but then there's a really good use for it somewhere else in a different market, maybe. So we've come up with this. My idea was the Rotarian unit was already out. It was to put eyepieces in. So my idea was to put quarks in it, because the solar filter wheel was actually really expensive, probably about £70,000 or dollars. I've had the privilege of using one at Daystar a few times when I've been out there, and they're really, really good. Lots of people want to image in different wavelengths, and there's nothing to stop you taking one quark out and putting another one in the back of the scope. But getting all of the images aligned afterwards is very, very difficult. So the idea behind this is the camera will sit on the top here. That will just screw into that thread there. And this system lifts the camera off, and then it replaces the camera back down once the quark's moved around. There's full onboard power for heating the quarks. And there will also be provisions on these for heating them in winter time. You find that the quarks can run a little bit under temperature right in the depths of winter. So the people at Rotarian have been doing this. So that's the top view on it. These will all have caps on to protect them from the dust. So because dust is a big problem when you're imaging the sun in the daytime. They will protect it, and you'll just remove the cap on the one that you want to go underneath. Otherwise, you'll leave the caps on. But this will all rotate around, and it should be up for general release. So that's the side view on it. Over the next couple of months, first unit, this prototype unit will be here sometime this month. So I'm just trying to get it to go along. And then this will be controlled on the computer. So you'll be able to set all of your offsets for the focus and set up electric focuses on the telescope and everything else, program it all in, and basically it will just rotate around. Then you'll be able to integrate the images. So you can get hold of sodium and magnesium, and you can take the two good parts of that and integrate those together. Your calcium is going to run probably at about 2 times, I would say, at the moment, till we've got it all fully up and running. But calcium is generally harder to image anyway, so you find it's more susceptible to the bad seeing. But on good days, there will be the opportunity to run that up. So that should be out soon. Looking forward to testing that once it comes over, just making a few final changes on that. And it will be quite interesting.
Yes. I have seen that Rotarian system before. It's extremely well made, not inexpensive, but still nevertheless, it's professional grade equipment that you can use on your amateur telescope. And it really expands the versatility of your instrument. Gary has loaded it up with, corks and different systems like that, but it can hold cameras, eyepieces.
The idea behind this as well is you can retrofit this. So if you've already got one, then you can buy the Arias to go on this to actually mount the corks in. So it's not just a one trick thing, or you can switch it back in the winter and move it back to your deep sky use and so on. So yeah, it's quite good to come up with an idea and then gradually see it, as you know, come to life, as they say. So, yeah, looking forward to that, and just generally looking forward to the sun getting more active at the moment.
Yeah, which it's doing. So that's very cool. And I imagine you'll get more. It seems like you're always like kind of breaking the boundaries of what's done in imaging, solar imaging in particular as well. So, I look forward to what more that you can show us on the sun as well as deep sky, Gary. I mean, again, Gary's highly recognized in the solar astrophotography field, but his deep sky images are also amazing, as you've already seen. So that's great. I did post a page about Gary Palmer, so you can read about him, but you can also link to his Gary Palmer Astronomy program, so you can take some classes for one of the masters. So it's really great. Gary,
awesome.
Thanks for coming on, and hope to see you again on, you mentioned that you'd like to do another European edition of Global Star Party, so we will definitely do that.
That'd be good fun.
You guys in the audience, stay tuned. Gary and I will figure it out, okay? And I'll post something in our calendar. And the last time we did it was a lot of fun. So it's awesome to see astronomers from all over the world put their game on, to show you what they know and to share that with you. So it's awesome.
I'll be around for another hour, so if anybody's got any questions on that.
Yeah, great. Yeah, if you want to pop in and out and show us,
Yep.
more images or whatever, that's just fine. That's great. Up next is Donna Smith. Now, Donna is someone that I met years ago and started to learn more about John Dobson. We started off our program talking about him. John Dobson is really just an incredible, I don't want to say just a leader, but he was someone that created a movement in astronomy, especially astronomy outreach, and really popularized a telescope that we now call the Dobsonian. The telescope was not something that John wanted to call a Dobsonian, but that's the name that stuck. And so before we transition over to Donna, I'll tell you a story. When I was working at Mead Instruments, we had started to sell Dobsonian telescopes, okay, what we were calling Dobsonian telescopes. And I promptly got a letter from John Dobson. I wish I had kept it, okay, but it's really Mead Instruments property, but I wish I'd kept it, or at least a copy of it. John was miffed, okay, that we were calling the Mead Dobsonian a Dobsonian telescope. And he said, well, it doesn't follow all the principles or the design ideas that I have for a telescope. And so he was telling me what needed to be changed, what needed to be updated. He said, and furthermore, let's not call it a Dobsonian telescope because I'm John Dobson, but I didn't invent the Newtonian telescope, nor did I invent this mount, okay? And so he pointed out to me that he would rather it's not called a Dobsonian. I had to explain to him that all telescopes that had this kind of low center of gravity, alt azimuth base type of telescope, they were all called Dobsonians, and that's what it was known in the industry. And if we tried to sell it under any other name, that it probably wouldn't sell as well, okay? Simply because, it would create confusion in the marketplace. And so I didn't hear back from him after that letter, but, I thought it was great that he sent me that letter. And years later, I met him, but we'll talk about that next week. But I do want to introduce Donna Smith. Donna Smith is one of the people involved with the sidewalk astronomers. Donna.
Scott, first, I
yes.
can tell you John's response to your letter, okay?
Okay.
Because when I first met John, I had an 8-inch Meade Dobsonian, which is still the one I used to know. Okay. And I met him and he said, this mount is a piece of whatever. Okay. So what he changed was the tailgate.
Okay.
And the actual crate, the mount.
He
right?
fixed it. He fixed the mount, right?
I wouldn't let him touch the spider because I didn't want that little glued in wooden shim spider. But he did many times later comment on how great the mirror is.
Oh, that's
that
nice.
He could not
That's
have done.
Oh.
That. It was a fact. And when they were taking it off the tailgate,
yeah,
broke a chunk of my mirror. So it's an 8-inch mirror with a bite out of it, and it still performs really well.
Oh, that's nice. Well, the opticians that existed at that time would have been very glad to hear that. So that's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, his actual complaints were minor. Okay, I mean, you didn't have a piece of record album or something at the bottom for the Teflon, right?
All right. Maybe that would have worked better actually than what we were using.
And the other thing he hated was the focuser. He took it off and put the toilet paper holder with the plumbing pipe. And I'm like, what is this? And he's like, you don't need that. And I'm like,
you don't need that. You don't need a rapid pinion focuser.
But I'm like, but I can afford it. We don't, you don't need a car. We could all be on a bike, but we have a car,
You're right.
And
I think that John Dobson really wanted to have something that was really, really affordable. Okay. Because you look at the telescopes that he built, and he was able to build them from existing materials. If you knew what you were doing, and you could certainly do it under John Dobson's guidance, you could build a telescope for, I think maybe under $100, a big telescope.
I think he said, I'm not positive, I'll find out before next week, okay?
Yeah.
That like their 24 that he won with at Riverside,
yeah,
I think it cost them $17.
$17.
I think someone gave him a big piece of porthole.
Yeah.
And the one
porthole glass, you mean like out of a ship, right?
Right. But the one thing, somebody did donate the illuminizing because, come on. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, that costs money, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you're going to get it. And I don't know who had a vacuum chamber big enough to illuminize that 24 or whatever, but it was free. So
that's awesome.
But, I have another thing that I think the first time I ever spoke to you, I don't know if you remember, you worked at Meade.
Yeah.
I called you because there were some kids in Siberia that had a Celestron and their handheld controller broke.
Uh-huh.
And he said he would give us a discount, but we don't know how to ship it and all this, if you could get it for us. And you said, oh, I'm really happy. Siberia. Wow, a youth group, right? And then you're like, I don't mean to be nasty, but how do I know it's not for you? And I said, well, I do John Dobson's schedule and I'm a sidewalk astronomer, so I don't have anything to use it on. And you laughed and said, I'll ship it tomorrow.
That's great. That's great. Well, I think I certainly sensed your honesty, so for sure. Yeah, there was so many instances and great things like that. Had a wonderful time at Meet Instruments, and that really set me up for thinking about the vision and mission of Explore Scientific. So,
Yeah.
but it's wonderful to have you here today, Donna. And next week on Tuesday, September 14th, we are going to celebrate John Dobson's birthday, and
106.
yeah, 106th birthday, right? So, who do you think will be coming on to the program?
Well, Andy Paneros. I'm sure you know Andy, because he would
Heard of
host
him?
John. Andy would host John for a couple of months every year on the East Coast.
Mhm.
And I have Garth Eliason, who had him in Oregon, where he did yearly telescope making and cosmology classes. We also have some of, Ken Frank from the used to be.
I
with
remember
me.
Ken, sure.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
Jane Houston Jones, a lot of those people that were with John in San Francisco. And then I also have some of the guys who were with him at the Vedanta Society.
Okay.
Because
Wow.
I know that in the scientific community, John's cosmology was not always a selling point with him. But his whole reason for having a telescope was because he was tasked with reconciling science and Vedanta. And then he found out you could make a telescope, and his first one was made out of the bottom of a milk jug. They cut the glass and ground it. That was like 4-inch or something, right?
Okay.
But that was the telescope to John was always a tool
Sure.
for him to make you think about your place in the universe. So for the Vedanta guys, they do the astronomy, but he's an Einstein to them. I mean, they put them because it all fits. For us, it might not fit. For them, it fits.
Oh, that's cool.
But it's a different side to him, but it was like the motivating factor that started the whole thing that had a totally different outcome. His cosmology was kind of disregarded, but his method to get to that was what got him going.
It was huge. And he was a Pied Piper of the cosmos, really.
What's really funny to me is when I was in Chile, they're like, well, this is Ricardo. He's Chile's John Dobson. When I was in Russia, they're like, this is Leonid. He is Russia's John
Dobson.
And then there was a guy in Australia, Graham Loftus, who made these huge mirrors, and they wrote me letters and said, this is Australia's John Dobson.
No, that's
and
awesome.
I'm like, they heard about him, and they kind of took that, and they had to change things around. We were in Italy, and they made a Dobsonian telescope, and the tube is wood and square to fit with the tools they had at hand, the materials they had.
Right.
So, there are a lot of the people from various times and the people that hosted John, because part of John's charm was just John, like he would go to someone's house. He never wanted to stay at a hotel. He wanted to stay with people.
He did want to. Okay.
Yes. Sometimes there are stories. People met John in an airport and took him home. Right?
Like you just cold, just meeting people, right?
Stay for a few days. He was telling them his thoughts of the universe and this telescope, or, that he had this cannon named after him, kind of a thing, right?
Yeah.
And the next thing you know, he's staying a few days with them. And he decided, I guess, years ago that he could never remember everyone's name. So he totally gave up. So he would come back from a tour, and I'm like, you met Patrick Moore. How was that? That was good. Well, did you like where you stayed? I don't remember. And I said, well, they told me they gave you some leftover beans when you left. Oh my God, the lady with the beans. Now he knew everything about the lady with the beans. Okay, that was his best friend, you know what I mean? And so there are stories like that of the people that hosted him, the people that traveled with him. I have some of the kids, one guy, Dennis, when he was 17, he translated telescope making into Russian.
Wow.
For the Ukrainian Astroforum and so forth. And it's just how he touched so many different people in different ways. Some are astronomers, some really were only into amateur astronomy because of John. They didn't really have this love of astronomy. He just got them interested in looking a little bit.
Right.
And then they liked him. So, you know, they became a core part of our group when they really just organized things and weren't astronomers, but they aided astronomers. So,
Yes. Which is also important, right? So,
yeah, it was. And I don't know. I think it'll be nice just to hear. There's so many stories. It never ceases to amaze me. You know, the stories that people come up. Oh, I knew John Dobson, and then.
Right. Bob Menn, who's watching the program this afternoon, says, I met John Dobson on his 94th birthday. He was funny and sharp as a tack. So he didn't really, as he aged, I mean, he lived well into his 90s. He was still very lucid, as I recall. I met him face to face at the Deep Impact movie premiere at, I think it was Paramount Studios. And I found him to be very, very grounded. You know, I was hoping to see some of the kind of the maybe esoteric aspect of John Dobson, but he was as grounded as any professor of astronomy to me, you know, and so.
He had his moments, you know, people would like look through the telescope and at the moon or at Jupiter and say, is that the moon? And he's like, you're not that stupid. And this seems really, really rude, but he's like, look again, that's not pointing at the moon, you know, this, da-da-da. And he would start telling them things and they weren't offended. They actually learned something, but you just had to watch because you never knew what was going to come out. You know, he just, there wasn't a big filter sometimes, I think, you know.
I can interrupt just a second, this beautiful introduction that you're giving to Donna. I just wanted to show you this book that I have. The interesting thing about it is a fascinating book, but I love the binding. It's bound in the same type of wood that John used to make his mounts. And I just thought that was kind of interesting. I just happened to have it, so I thought I'd share it with you.
I like the title, How and Why to make a telescope, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have one of those too. Yes, I have one of those wooden books. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Anyway, back to you guys. You can continue your introduction now, Scott.
Okay. Yeah. So the other thing that we are going to do is to, after John passed and wasn't doing any astronomy, or even before, right? He had this telescope that he had seen someone made in one of his telescope making classes. And then he ran into the guy's daughter or something in San Francisco on the street corner. And he traded her something for the telescope. I can't remember the story, but that's the scope he used for the last, well, since I knew him. That's the one he had on the sidewalk, right? So we didn't really know what to do with tumbleweed. So
tumbleweed is the name of the telescope?
Yeah, John named all of them, right? So we decided she could tour if John couldn't. So she went to the Vegas club, she went to Nebraska, she's been to St. Louis, Peggy's had her in Oklahoma. She has her own Facebook page. She's gonna be joining us next week. Peggy's putting up a separate laptop so that tumbleweed can be a part of it, you know, so that if other people want to have her visit, she can. Awesome.
Well, I really look forward to our program, the birthday celebration of John Dobson next week on September 14th. You're going to see a lot of the regular people that attend Global Star Party, but Donna's got a nice lineup of people that knew John and experienced, the universe of John Dobson. And so, Donna, it's a real honor to have you on our program tonight to talk a little bit about it. And,
thank you. You know, we're most of us, some of us, I mean, Andy has a radio program, but the rest of us aren't real tech savvy. You know, we're out there on the street corner with a Dobsonian. So something like this is a good thing for us as well, you know?
Yeah, you're doing great.
Into the modern times.
Yeah, you're doing great. So It's awesome. And, all of you that are watching, please, make sure that you mark your calendars for September 14th. We will celebrate John Dobson's birthday in a big way. So that's great. Donna, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm
Yeah.
going to leave.
Yeah. Take
Okay.
care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Well, up next is Jerry Hubbell live from the Mark Slater Remote Observatory, but he's not actually at the Mark Slater Remote Observatory because it's a remote observatory. He's at home with that amazing setup over there. So, Jerry, I'm going to turn it over to you, dude. Take care.
Okay, great. I'm on the observatory setting up what I'm going to show right now. So I'm going to be talking about to continue on from what we talked earlier today on the program, on the Open GoTo community program we had earlier, talking about doing some minor planet imaging and measuring the position of an asteroid. I'm just going to demonstrate that. I was going to introduce the program called Astrometrica. I keep looking over to the side because that's where my other monitor is, where I have the program run. I'm going to share my the observatory desktop and show you an example of doing a measurement, and then we're going to actually capture a live image of an asteroid that I've got it pointed at right now, and do the measurement live, and we'll see how that works. How it is the sometimes that works out, and sometimes
you remember when we
doesn't.
did this on an exoplanet?
Oh yeah, right.
We didn't even know if it would work, and
Right.
so Jerry knocked it out of the park. He did. He measured the we measured a star with the brightness being dipped by an exoplanet. We didn't even know if we could do it, and he pulled it off. So it was really cool.
Right. So
I believe Jerry can do anything.
Within reason.
It wasn't reasonable to expect.
Right, that's true. It wasn't reasonable. I was able, and the other funny thing is I was trying to talk to what I was doing at the same time I was working on it.
Yeah, he was. And it was this was early into our broadcasting and everything. We didn't know what we were doing. I still don't really know what I'm doing, but it was amazing.
You fake it pretty well, Scott. You fake it pretty well.
It's because I don't get too serious about it. That's
right. Well, right. So I've got this program called Astrometrica, and you might share that link, Scott, so you can find it.
Sure.
And I'm going to bring up an image of an asteroid called Pallas number 49 in the program. And it'll bring up the image. It's this is the image I took about a year ago, I guess, a year and a half ago, maybe. So the interesting thing is you can see, just real quick, you can see this little bit of a satellite image here. That's kind of cool. But let me, I'm going to zoom back out. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a plate solve on this image. All right. And then we're going to determine what asteroids are in this image from the plate solve. So I'm going to do that first. And basically you go to the astrometry menu item and then do data reduction. And then it knows
this software is free, isn't it?
Yes, this is free software. That's right.
Awesome. Okay.
And it's been around for a while. So it's extracting all the objects in the image, all the stars that it finds. It extracts it, and I'll show you another neat feature of this program in a minute. But it solved the plate, and now I can click on this little icon. It's it's a known object overlay, so it's gonna go and plot all the asteroids it finds on this image. Okay, down to like
one field.
In this one field down to magnitude 22 or something like that.
Wow.
That's in the database.
Wow.
So it's there. So see all the red.
Holy
objects?
Smokes.
Those are all this.
I was expecting one or two.
No, so we can't, of course, we can't see these images. Let me see what this is let's see. Trying to find the header so I can tell you how long this exposure was.
Yeah. Now, you guys need to pay attention to this segment, okay? And you need to watch today's program on OpenGoTo Community because Jerry teaches you how to report information about these asteroids. So you want that, but you definitely want to watch this.
Right. So this is only a 20-second exposure.
20
Okay.
seconds.
Right.
20
So it doesn't.
seconds to discovery. There you go.
Yep. Right. So now I know. So right here, let me zoom up on it. Since I pointed the telescope accurately, it's the asteroid I was after, Pallas, number 49, is in the center of the frame. So you can see there, as I zoom up, there it is right there. Okay. So if I click on this, you can see there's the asteroid right there. And it does a centroid calculation. And it does a graphical representation of the star's profile. It's called the point spread function, which is kind of cool. So you center on what you suspect to be the asteroid. And it told you in the catalog where it thought an asteroid should be, right? So
there's so many asteroids in that field. I mean, could it be behind a star or in front of a star? Excuse me.
It could for sure. And I've seen asteroids get close to a star especially when you're doing occultation work, you'll see it approach the star and then go behind, and then go in front of the star and then pass through. But this is standalone. But see, you notice there's a little bit of see that little difference between where the box is drawn, and where the star is at, where the asteroid is at.
Yes.
That's the error in the orbital position in terms of the calculation. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, this is I've centered on the asteroid, and I'm going to see if this is actually the asteroid. So I'm going to hit there, and it's going to go out and find all the objects that are within this area. And it says, yes, Pallas is there. It's off by 0.1 arc second and 0.2 arc seconds away, and 0.2 arc seconds in RA and 0.1 arc seconds in declination. So that's the calculated error.
Wow.
So that's the precision that we're measuring this with.
Let's talk about this error, okay, and this precision. The reason why amateur astronomers follow these asteroids, okay, and report on these asteroids is to improve the orbits, okay?
Right. Exactly.
So that's a big deal, okay?
It's follow-up work. Yeah, they have to be tracked. I mean, the bigger ones, of course, don't drift off their calculated orbits. They've been around for a long time. But the smaller ones, the ones that are higher in number, they need to be tracked and kept track of so that you can update the orbits, because they get perturbed by the solar system, by the planets in the solar system and other objects. They'll get perturbed and they'll go off track, right? If you don't watch them. And so it's important that we keep, especially these real dim ones that you can't see on the images I take, but these ones that are like 22nd magnitude, 21st magnitude, those are super dim. So I found this object right in this picture, and it's calculated. Let me see here. There's this position right here. I don't know if you can read that. It's RA and declination value, and its V band magnitude is 11.4. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, you can see it. Sure.
And when I pull up the catalog number, it shows you the error in the right ascension declination, but it also shows you the catalog magnitude, and you see what it is, 11.5.
Yeah.
That's the catalog magnitude, and our measured magnitude is 11.4. So that's very good in terms of a measurement. 0.1 magnitude.
Very close.
It's very precise. So that's cool to see. So that's the asteroid basically.
So are they taking an average of all the measurements and coming up with this number, or what's happening here with
in order to calculate for the position, it does a centroid calculation, okay, which means you take an average of all these pixels that are bright. You see the brightness follows this profile, okay?
Yeah.
So you're taking and you're measuring the center of gravity. Basically, the centroid is like the center of gravity of that blob.
Mm-hmm.
So you know if it's a point source, a star is a point source, so you know that its actual position is right there where that red dot is,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the measured position of the asteroid at that point. And since it's a point, so yes, that's how accurate. Now, in terms of the brightness, it's based on the catalog, so it knows what the value is in the catalog, and it knows the catalog. So when it did the plate solve,
Mm-hmm.
it had the catalog position of the. Let me close this. It needs a catalog position. See these ones with the green circles around them? Those are the
Yeah.
catalog stars. So it knows the brightness of the catalog stars and the position. So it knows, okay, this is the blob for that magnitude. It knows this is the
Suppose.
blob for that magnitude. This is how many ADC counts are total in that aperture.
These have been professionally measured, so they're
Yeah, so we know
pretty
what the
darn good.
magnitude, right? We know what the magnitude is, and we know that based on this image, this is that magnitude, so we can calibrate the magnitude value. So at that point, you can measure the magnitude of an asteroid based on these stellar magnitudes that you measured or that you calculated from that image. So that's how that works. So that's the measurement. So I'm going to go grab another picture of, we're tracking asteroid Victoria, which is number 49. Okay.
Yeah.
And I think this is where Victoria is right here, where my cursor is, because I've got it centered. And if you look on my chart, I've got it centered on my chart. Okay. So I took my telescope, and I'll just show a picture of that real quick. Here's the MSRO station 1. You can see that where the dome is open
Uh-huh.
through the shutter, and you can see the telescope pointed up through the
Right.
shutter. And so that's it. And I'm going to take a picture. Let's
Okay.
see.
And we're
I'll go
actually
back
going to try
catalog.
to capture some asteroids now?
Yeah, we're going to take a picture of asteroid Victoria and measure its position
Cool.
and brightness, and we'll see what
Okay.
it comes out to be, and then we'll compare it to the catalog value that we have.
How faint
So-
is asteroid Victoria?
That's pretty bright. It's let me see here. So I've got it listed right here.
Okay.
Victoria, oh, it's asteroid 12. I don't know why I put 49. It's number 12.
Okay.
So it's a low number asteroid, so it's going to be fairly bright. It's 9.7 magnitude.
Oh,
You
okay.
couldn't see it with your naked eye, but you can see it easily with a telescope.
Right.
So, and this frame I just took that's a 10-second image. So it's not a
Okay.
very long image.
Right. It's full of stars, so.
Full of stars still, but it's still only, yeah. So you can tell how sensitive the camera is. So let me go ahead and take another image, another 10-second image. And you can see I use Maxim DL to control the observatory and the cameras.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Now, those of you who are watching that haven't seen Jerry operate this telescope before, he's about 4 miles away from the Mark Slade Remote Observatory. He's working from home,
Right.
but Jerry could be 4,000 miles away and still be
right.
doing
You
the
could
same thing.
be operating it right now. I mean, you could log into
Right.
it and operate it.
Sure. And this is something that you can join up with the Mark Slade Remote Observatory, going through their training, and you can do work with them guiding your hand, okay, and learn how to do science. And so
Right.
this is if you're doing this alone, it's just like learning how to do any part of amateur astronomy. If you're slugging it out by yourself, it can be very tough. Okay.
Yeah.
But if you have somebody take you under their wing, like the MSRO science team will, okay, you will learn all the methods and everything to apply it to even your own backyard astronomy. So
I just saved this image, and I'm going to load it up into Astrometrica, and we'll do the measurement. We'll see if it does a plate solve.
okay.
I'm going to close this one.
I like this because we're taking a risk.
Yeah. So this,
We're taking a risk.
right.
Did
So
he
this is,
actually get the asteroid? Let's see.
right. So let's see. So, okay, there's the image.
Okay. All right.
This is where it thinks the center of the plate is. All right. So I can see the asteroid right now just looking at it. I don't know if
Really?
you can see it. Oh yeah. I know where it is.
Like the bumpy surfaces of it, or no?
So,
You see it.
so I'm good. We'll just let the program discover where it is, and I'll show you
Okay.
where it is.
All right.
Okay. So first of all, we're going to do a plate solve, and this is the riskiest part of this presentation because we'll see if it actually does a plate solve. Oh, it did it. See all the
What?
green circles there? Those are all the catalog stars. All right. You see all the brighter stars around here now. You notice that there's stars that are similar in magnitude to these other places, right? And there's a star that doesn't have a green circle around it. Do you see it?
I don't see a green circle on. Let me expand my screen here. You guys might have to do the same at home. Oh yeah, I can see green circles around a lot of asteroids. Okay.
Those are stars. These
Okay.
are for the plate solve. We're not doing that.
Okay.
We haven't done the asteroids yet.
All right.
So, but there's one star looking thing here that doesn't have a green circle around it that's about the same brightness as these other stars. You see it?
Yeah, that one in the middle there.
It's near in the center, right? That's where
Yeah,
I'm
that big
targeting.
one, right?
So
that
what do you
huge
think
one.
this is?
That's got to be the asteroid.
Right, exactly. So let me zoom up on it.
What about there's a couple of others, right?
Well, there's other ones, but the catalog, of course, doesn't have every star that's in this image. You can see
Okay.
there's a lot of,
Okay.
when I zoomed up on it, you can see there's a lot of
All right.
stars that aren't circled. But so let me go ahead and we're going to do the known object overlay and we'll see what comes up. Isn't that interesting?
I see the boxes around something. Is that it?
There's a box here, but it's not really around anything. And I'm trying to read what number it is. I'm not sure if I've updated my database. So let me see here. Let me update. See, this is something that you have to basically update every once in a while, the database, because
Okay.
again, if it's drifted off or if it's not.
Oh, it's got comets,
There.
near Earth, asteroids, everything.
Yeah,
It was
so
pretty
let's see.
fast.
So yeah, so it's going to take a few seconds to update the database. We'll see if it actually discovers the location of the asteroid.
As
Maybe
far as I can tell, this is for this program's for Windows, and it's
Yes.
I think there was even a DOS download for it.
used to be, yeah, this used to be a DOS program a long time ago. This program's been around for over 20 years.
Yeah. So it's a mature program.
So
So if
I'm
you guys,
crossing my-
all you guys with just Apple machines out there, you're going to want to, I mean, it's worth buying an inexpensive Windows laptop to do this stuff with.
Yes.
Especially since a lot of the programs are free.
Right. This is something I forgot to do earlier on the Astrometrica data to update the database. So we'll see
Well, it's good you're showing us.
how this works. I'm crossing my finger that it does identify that blob as the asteroid.
We'll see.
We'll see. Because that's where Card to Seal thinks it is. Okay, so I'll use Card to Seal based on the catalog that I updated to say, give me the position of Victoria, and it slewed to Victoria.
All right.
And I plate solved it, and I know that the image is
In the right spot.
in the right spot.
Okay.
So now we'll just have to see if Astrometrica will agree with us to say, yes, that's Victoria. And update its, I may have to reload it. Okay. Now it's reloading the database after it downloaded it and installed it.
So MPC is the Minor Planet Center, MPC Orb database.
So let me see, I'm gonna reload it. I'm gonna
Yeah.
close it. I may restart the program again. I don't know. We'll see. We'll
May
see
need
what
to.
happens. It should
Yeah.
be okay. All right. So let me do a solve. The fact that it did a plate solve also tells you that it
Yeah, that's
knows
really
where the stars
easy
are.
to do a plate solve. Look at that.
And then I'm going to do this known object overlay. So maybe the only thing that could be bad is the objects. That's interesting. That's number 12. So that tells you, so that is Victoria right there. It says it's 12 and it's 9.7.
Okay.
Now you notice that it's not on 12.
It's not on 12.
That's how far off the
That's the error.
data is. That's the error in the data.
Okay.
That's really it. I didn't expect it to be that far off, really, to tell you the truth. I'm
Well,
surprised.
that's the reason why amateur astronomers do these measurements, right?
Right, exactly. So
Okay, so let's correct it.
so now I'm going to go here.
That's the actual asteroid.
I think so. I don't see any
Okay.
other brighter. I mean, that's 9.7 magnitude. That's pretty bright in this image.
Yes.
These are very low.
And it's the
So-
right magnitude.
So if I clicked on it, so the measured magnitude for this blob is 9.3. Okay, you see that here?
Okay.
And this is my position. Okay.
Mhm.
So now I'm going to go to the object designator and see what it comes up with. What's the nearest object to this? All right, there it is, Victoria.
That was it.
Victoria is the closest one. It's 2 arc seconds off in RA and 1 arc second off in, no, not arc second. That's an
Arc minute.
That's hard to believe. That's 2.4 and 1 arc minute.
Well, it depends on how long ago it was measured, I guess, huh?
Well, I guess, but still, that's just amazing to me that it could be that far off. Anyway, let's say okay. That's it. And
So
That's
all
gotta
the
be it.
data's there.
that's got the only thing that could be off, and I know it's not, is the time. So the time interval.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I can show you this real quick why the time is correct.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We use a program called Enemy A Time that lets us
This comes off
set the
the
clock
GPS
off a GPS
toggle that
clock,
you-
right? And you
Yeah.
can see here, it's good to 0.4 milliseconds.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
that's pretty accurate.
So it's a laboratory clock.
That's crazy accurate.
Yeah,
So,
it's crazy accurate. So we know our time is correct. So that's not
Yeah.
causing the error. So there's
Yeah.
something else causing the error, which is kind of curious. I'm going to investigate this further later on. But I thought it was cool that we were able to demonstrate this difference.
yeah.
That's really odd to me. But
What is
anyway,
typical as far as error? Is it
well,
arc
you saw on the
seconds
other,
off?
yeah, you saw the other image. It was like 0.1 or 0.2 arc seconds off.
Yeah, right.
So, that's a
Well, we'll
head
have to
scratcher.
see. We'll have to
That's a
see.
head scratcher, yeah.
We can talk about it during the next Open Go-To community where we talk about these error differences. So
Right. So now I've got the measured position right there.
okay.
It's 20 hours, 6 minutes, 33 seconds, and declination minus 4:02:57. So let's see what Cart de Seal thinks it is. Okay, it's right here. I don't know if you can see that very well.
Yeah,
So
you can see it.
J2000 coordinate is
Mhm.
right here.
See it? 20
And
hours, 6 minutes, 32.54 seconds.
so it looks to me, let me move this over. And I can go back to this. So this says, so I'm going to read it. It says 20 hours, 6 minutes, 33, and it says 32.
Okay.
And this says minus 4 degrees, 2 minutes and 57. So it's off about 7 arc, 57. It's off 7 arc seconds in declination
Okay.
and 1 arc second
1 arc
or
minute.
1 second, or half a second in RA, which is equal to about 7 arc
Half a
seconds in RA.
second.
It's a half a second in time, right?
Okay.
Which is equal to, you multiply by 15, so that's equal to about 7 seconds in angle.
Okay.
Okay. So it's off by about 7 arc seconds in angle between in DEC and RA. So that's how close it is to what
Very close.
it's very close to what Carte de Ciel thinks it is. For some reason, the database in Astrometrica thinks it's further off.
Well, this is
Now-
what I think it is. I think that there might have been a report that was off. Maybe somebody reported something.
Yeah, maybe their calculation, their recent calculation is not
Right.
right.
Because we're not the only guys looking at this, right? So,
Right, exactly. So we know that it's correct. So something's going on with Astrometrica.
mhm.
All right, so so in summary, this is basically how you go about taking an image of an asteroid and measuring its position and its magnitude. So the magnitude was predicted to be 9.7, and we measured 9.3, which is not too bad.
Right.
It's reasonable, There was one last thing I want to show, which is kind of cool. For any image you take, you can create a star catalog of the image. So Astrometrica has a way to do that. Let me see here. So you can create an image catalog, which is really cool because it creates every star that it detects in your image. It'll calculate the right ascension, declination, and the magnitude for that star. So it's like having your own private star catalog. And it also tells you any ones that have a reference star, and we're using the UCAC catalog. Anything that shows up in your catalog that's a reference catalog value, it will show you that reference value and the difference between your measurement and the reference catalog measurement. So you can see right here, it's for this position right here, this star that's at that position, it's 0.02 seconds in RA and 0.03 arc seconds in declination off. And the magnitude is off by only 0.05 magnitude right there. That's really cool.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that's nice. So you can, based on this image, you can see how many hundreds of stars are in here that were measured.
Right.
So
Cool.
that's another feature that's nice to have.
So we have a few comments and questions, Jerry. Gary Albin wants to know, does Astrometrica allow for the catalog indexes to be downloaded locally for offline use?
Yes. Actually, you can go to the UCAC, any catalog that Astrometrica can use, which is basically the UCAC catalog, the URAT. I think there's a couple other ones that are available. If you can download those off the internet and make a local copy, and then you can point the Astrometrica to it. And let me see, I think I can show you that real quick here. Tools, let's see. So it downloads the database from the Minor Planet Center for the asteroids, but you can also set catalogs here. So it's got a catalog tabs under the settings that you can either use it online or you can use it local. Like here, I'm using the UCAC 4 catalog locally here that I've downloaded into this computer.
Mm-hmm.
So that's an example of that. So,
Okay.
mhm.
And then let's see. Jeff Y says, I found you can change the colors that it uses. Let's
Yep.
see. Is Astrometrica available for Mac or anything similar?
I don't. What did you're on the website, right? Did you see?
Yeah, it
what
looked
was-
like it was only available for Windows and DOS. So
Yeah, I think it's just a Windows program. Yes. Mhm.
it says the DOS version is still available, but just not supported. That's a very old system. So
It is. It's 20 years old, probably.
yeah, right. And Norm Hughes mentions, I have all this data in my SkyX program. Let's see. And Gary Albin says, I wonder if the Parallels or Boot Camp would allow this to work on a Mac. I would imagine
Yes,
it might.
I think
Yeah.
so. I think so.
Yeah.
Yes, you could download the catalog and get the Astrometrical loaded on Boot Camp, and
Right.
it would work. I believe it would work. I know Wes
Yeah.
McDonald uses Boot Camp for a lot of stuff
Right.
using Windows. So yes.
Jeff Weiss said, try a second asteroid and see what the difference is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're going to challenge me. Do we have time, Scott? To get
Yeah, we
another
got
image?
time. We got time.
Okay. So I got another asteroid over here that's on the chart that I was looking at earlier. See if I can find it here. Let me go back to Azimuth. Here it is right here. All right, so this is interesting. This is called Tisiphone. Tisiphone. I don't know, Tisiphone. That's a Greek name. And then there's another one here, Sappho, right here. See there on the chart? Let me center on it. And zoom up. All right, so there's two of them here. So let's see which one. Let's see how bright this one is. This is number 466 Tisiphone. It's a 14th magnitude, which is kind of dim. We can go after it. I'll take a 60-second exposure. First thing I've got to do is move the scope, of course, over to the target. So I'm gonna center on this is number 466. So I'm going to center on that. I'm going to slew to it. So right now, telescope's slewing to it. You can see it here. It just got there, and it's going to move it moved a little to the east. You can see the dome moving there a little bit. So now it's centered on the object. All right. I'm going to take an image. I'm going to take a 60-second image. And we'll wait for that to come across. I'm taking a longer image because it's a much dimmer object. We could probably still identify it with a shorter exposure, but I just want to make it, it should show up near the center.
Is that it right there?
No, this is.
So there's something right on the crosshair.
Oh, you know what? That's interesting. That's a star.
Yeah.
I'm curious why it's in the center, but that's fine. So it'll pop up here in a second. A new image will close that. All right, there it is right there. There's a new image.
Okay.
All right. And you can see it's a little deeper because it's got dimmer stars in it. See all the dimmer stars, right?
Yes.
So now I'm going to do a plate solve with Maxim PL. And I'm going to synchronize the chart. Okay, so there it is. So you can see in the image that the asteroid's right above the center there a little bit, right?
I see.
So let's look at it. So it could be.
Oh, wow.
Here.
Okay.
It could be could be this star right here, or that looks like a star.
That's what I'm thinking.
Could be, that's what I'm thinking is right there, but we'll see. All right, so I'm going to save this. What was the number on this star, on this asteroid? It was 4446 or something. I don't remember.
I wasn't
I'm
keeping
just going to
track.
spell it. So I'm going to see if I can spell its name correctly. Is this right?
Close enough. You'll know what it is.
Yeah, so we'll load this up into Astrometrica.
Okay.
So let's do that.
So we were 7 arc seconds off on the last one, right?
Right.
Okay.
According to the carte de seal position. So it's in this mess of stars somewhere, these dim stars here. So let me do a plate solve.
Right.
Cross our fingers that it solves. Oh, it did solve.
Okay.
How many stars it's found? It's found
Man.
4,245 stars.
That's a pretty good plate solve.
How many it detected?
Dang.
It selected 281 reference stars.
All right. Yeah.
All right. So now we're going to do the known object overlay.
Let's say it knows where it is.
So let's cross our fingers here. Let's
Okay.
see. Oh, that's not the wrong. That's so. All right. Now, what was the number? 466. This is it right here.
That's it. I think
Right
that's the
there.
one we were looking at. Although this looks really faint. In fact, it doesn't look like it's on anything. Right up in the upper right-hand corner of that box.
See this one right here?
Uh-huh. Oh, I
think
see.
that says magnitude 14, doesn't it? I can't really. Is that 466? Let me back down a little bit. Maybe we can read it better. 466, right there.
466, 14th magnitude.
14th magnitude. Okay, and that's
Okay.
this. I think that's this one right here. So let's think it's this one right here. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So that's the star. Now its measured magnitude is 15.5. So that's like a magnitude dim. So maybe that's not it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So let's pick another one. Maybe it's this
Pick
one.
one down below it, right below where it says 14.
Okay. This one right here.
Yeah, right there. Yeah.
That's really dim. That's the 16th magnitude, but there's another one right here.
Okay, let's try that one.
Which is this one here. That's 15th. So there could be some error in the magnitude measurement also. Let's look
Sure.
at this one. Let's see what this one is. That's 13.8. That's close. What's the other one? 14.0. Maybe that's it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why.
Okay,
I don't know
so
why.
now we're left with some possibilities, okay, of which one it is. And I know this is the work of the astronomer to kind of start to figure this stuff out. Okay, it's not going to be
Right.
handed to you on a silver platter, right? So
Right.
otherwise they wouldn't need us to do this
Right.
work.
Right.
So how do we improve our ability to select the right asteroid?
Well, right now I'm suspecting that the database we have loaded in Astrometrica is off for some reason. So,
Okay.
and we know that carte de seal got us within 7 arc seconds.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do, we're going to look at carte de seal, and we got a measured position for this object right here that we're on.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
It's 20 hours, 56 minutes, 22 seconds by 02, 26, 27. Okay, so let's see what carte de seal thinks the position is. Okay, it's right here. 205622.
Okay.
That's damn close.
Yeah. Yes.
02 2621. All right, so it's off by about 5 seconds of arc in declination.
Okay. Okay.
So that's it. That's the asteroid,
That's
according
the
to Carte de
asteroid.
Seal. Yep.
Cool.
So, and you can see you have to use the magnitude to understand the brightness and to help pick it out also, right? So we're doing that.
Mhm.
So the one we're on is this one right here, I believe.
Okay.
I wanted to show this real quick. There's a centroid button and it shows you how I calculated the centroid. So you see can you see the crosshair there on
Yes.
this? So that's how you can set the radius, to calculate the centroid, and it calculates the X and Y position. So I just wanted to do that real quick,
Sure.
just to talk about that. But anyway, so this is the measured position. And so the next thing I'm going to do, so this, when it goes to the object designation, it's going to go find the nearest object, which is the one we saw. And we know that it's off. Okay, we can see that
Okay.
it's off by the same amount again, by about
Mhm.
one arc minute in declination, 2.4 minutes in RA.
Seconds or minutes?
I think this is minutes. I think
Okay.
that's a single.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah. Yeah.
you
That
know, a
would be
second would be pretty close. I mean, would be pretty close. It would be right on, because the full width at half maximum is like
I
two and a
see.
half arc seconds.
Okay. Okay.
So that's the asteroid. It's just that for some reason the database I have in Astrometrica is not correct. So that's one thing you need to understand when you're doing these measurements, is the source of your data, because this can throw you off if you don't know how the calculation is being done or the source of your data. If you don't know if it's right or not, then it can throw you off.
Mm-hmm.
You may think that you've discovered something new. So you say, okay, that asteroid should be there, but there's nothing there. Or if you've discovered an object that's not a star, that's over here,
Mm-hmm.
and it's not identified with Astrometrica. So, you know, Astrometrica didn't identify that as an asteroid. So it must be a new asteroid. That, that could draw you to the wrong conclusion. So that's kind of something to keep in mind when you're doing measurements also.
Right.
I apologize for not looking at the screen. I'm looking at the other ones.
It's all right. So Jerry, I guess the next step here is that you want to report this information. How do you, we can go over that next week on reporting it from this, but.
Right, but I can show you what it would look like here. Okay, real quick. So let's accept this as the position. Okay. And yes, I think I have to select this first. Let's try this. I'm going to select that. Okay, that's the one. I'm going to accept it. Okay, now see how I drew this?
Yes.
Zoom up.
Yeah,
I drew that purple identifier there.
Purple, yeah.
Yeah, let me zoom back out again. That right there. So that's the object. So now that's in the database. That's in the table that I created. So let me see. File. There's a. All right, send MPC report.
Well, gosh, that couldn't be easier. Look at that.
So this is how it formatted the table. Okay.
Okay.
So this table has been created since a long time ago. Okay, so this last you see,
so your entry's at the bottom, I guess.
Well, it's number 4, so it sorts it by asteroid number.
Okay.
But it also does it. So this is it right here.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one we just measured.
Okay.
All right, using the so it split it up into different databases. I was using the URAT database for these and the UCAC4 database for this one. So it adds it to that table, puts it in order. So that's the measurement we just did. So this is what it would look like to report it. You would send this to the Minor Planet Center as a text file.
Yeah.
And Astrometrica does it for you. You got the address to send it to,
Yep.
You can add your own email address there if you want to send it to yourself, and then you hit send. And I'm not going to send this because these have already been sent. But if you create this from scratch, if you create a new one of these files and you just do your measurements and then you add them, you accept the value and you add the position and you send it, that'll go to the Minor Planet Center.
Awesome.
That's how that works. Yep.
All right, Jerry, thank you. I'm sorry that we ran over our schedule a little bit, but
Yeah.
I
Yep.
thought this was pretty cool and that people needed to see this. So awesome.
Didn't
Jerry,
blow up too
thanks very
bad.
much. Thank
Didn't blow
you.
up too bad. Yeah.
Well, I'll have to get more into it because it's pretty interesting. All right, so up next we go down. We go all the way down from Virginia in the United States down to Buenos Aires in Argentina to Cesar Brollo. Cesar, how are you doing?
How are you, Scott? How
I'm
are you?
good. I'm glad you're on the show today.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes, hello to everyone. It's a pleasure. Really, I was totally amazed with the Jerry presentation. I am forget totally. Is it no in this time? No, of course that no. I was totally interested, and something that when we took pictures, for example, the idea of today about the power of the stars, I took a very, very simple, very easy thing. What I was able to took this picture last Sunday night, because I had in Buenos Aires maybe no more than 2.5 hours of clear sky, because we have a meteorological system in Buenos Aires province, Rio de la Plata, where we have rain. Actually, it's raining.
Right now it's raining.
And right now it's rain, yes. Of course, that my original idea to show, to point to Antares star, that is a super red giant, and talk with Jerry about, to make in a live image was impossible, but I could took maybe 24 pictures before the clouds coming over the sky totally, and say, okay, I have maybe 24, 30, I don't know. The most funny thing was that when my idea was took a picture of a real magnitude, very high, some giants like Betelgeuse or Antares. Okay, was Antares, and comparing for the people that maybe normally don't talk about astronomy, with local stars in the background, or in areas, that is a very rich area. That is where you have the raw Fuco area, which is really full of a great nebula as well. Maxi took a beautiful picture months ago of this area. People that have serious skies, from the city is impossible, of course, impossible to see something of the nebula. But the idea was something like to show different giants stars. This giant are incredible compared with regular to understand the background stars. I say, which are that? And I think in astrometrics, this software that is very helpful to understand which stars you are watching instead the big one, because normally you have rotated the field, the hour, and for the people, for amateur astronomers, sometimes in a very narrow area is not so easy. For example, in the last time I changed it, I started to use it a CCD instead the reference of a sensor, and of course that I don't have a very long focal distance. It's only, I think it is 650 millimeters, but it's enough to have complicate the things about how do you recognize the stars in the field. And well, this is I can share the screen, and I can show you first of all the picture, actually how you can see that, okay?
Yes.
Well, this is something that I use this CCD that normally is for planets, but is easy to use in deep sky objects without problems, because it's the size of the pixel. The pixel is around 3.7 microns. Work properly to take pictures of the sky objects without problems. Well, do you have here Antares? Do you have the component of red in the mostly of red and in the illuminated area? And this, when I try to understand in this area if this stars was very far in the background of Antares, is impossible, because here do you have nebula areas, and it's all groups are locals. Maybe these ones are a little ahead, but normally this is the local group of stars. At the same distance, if you compare the magnitude of a real magnitude, we call it apparent magnitude, is for the magnitude that we know, of course, and the total magnitude. How, I don't remember. We call it not real magnitude, if not
Absolute, like absolute.
absolute. Okay. No, I think in Spanish absoluta, yes, absolute
Yes.
magnitude. And this is how we can explain for kids or teenagers, or for me, of course, how powerful are some stars comparing with another ones. For example, this one I can see that are 9.50. Well, Antares in apparent magnitude, of course, Antares is 1, but if you compare the total magnitude, it's really a huge difference. But something that I need to, this here is the area that I can really understand how which stars are in the picture, but it's similar to this area. But I have this rotate, and I need to see with a little more of time which stars I have. But the thing is that I have many more stars that here, the stars that show that 9.15, but maybe here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, maybe 13 stars. But in the picture, you know that you can see, I opening, let me see, you can see this now, or you still see the another picture?
I just still see the same image.
The same one.
initially.
Okay. No, because I opening serial, but first of all, okay, I stop share, but I changed the screen. Another thing that we can do it. This is a program that, you know, this Serial is a free software to work with stars. But something that I like of Serial is the separate three channels of colors: blue, green, and red. And something that we talk with Pedro Cesar, the astronomer, is that the people make the experiments to see if the stars is really so red that the book says, and for example, something that is very easy to see is that this is in blue channel, this is in green channel, and this is red channel. This is something that is easy to show. That without make a photometry, not photometry, if not a spectrometry, you can show to the people, the students, how you can see the level of colors of the stars, which type of stars are, you know. But I need to put in the software astrometric, sorry, because it's a great mode to start to work, you know, to understand before start to searching asteroids, practice with this kind of programs. Sometimes I use normally plate solve, but well, I don't have time, sorry, today to put in the plate solve. Maybe I can
I
make
think
this.
there's no doubt that that's
No, yes, or maybe
yeah.
I can try now. See.
Go for it.
We can try. But I think that, yeah. 70.
All of you guys out there watching, you can see how important plate solving is to amateur astronomers. This is something, you know, 15, 20 years ago, we didn't, you know, most amateur astronomers did not use, but it's commonplace now. And there's lots of great tools to do it with, so you should learn how to use them.
Yes, I try again, maybe. Maybe with one, maybe because I using only the 3 channels, but normally with serial we can try while I use the photometric calibration. Normally this work, but you know, fine, okay. We can try with Simbad catalog. No. Earlier I was lucky, but not
You
now.
were lucky.
But yeah, but only show me, yes, the name of Antares. Come on, Alpha Scorpio. But
that's all right.
But I try later with with astrometrics, because it's a great software that and the idea is a great way to understand some kinds of image like that where you have a small field and but it's great to understand, because the between the difference between the maps and the pictures, it's great to understand who kind the stars are, and this is the most not easy, and you need to really make a great work to have a real idea in small areas, the kind of stars and objects that you are knowing really they are.
Right.
It's for today. It's only that because it's rainy.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Antares is a great star to learn about. It's the one that I think it's like the 15th brightest star in the sky. It is a variable star, which is also very interesting. It changes
Absolutely,
about
yes.
1 magnitude over time, and it's a red supergiant star. So it's one of the biggest stars that you can see with the naked eye. So it's also very cool, beautiful to look at through a telescope, and is available to Northern Hemisphere observers, but it's quite far south, so in Scorpius. So that's very cool.
Absolutely, and it's a kind of practice of exercise that everybody can do it, and
Yes.
It's great to. Our idea is sometimes each school one telescope with cameras and it's imagine this kind of practice. But our ideas in the San Miguel Solar Observatory is to work really in a serious plan for the local schools.
Yes.
Really, we are working in a plan with a real exercise of before real investigation for students, exercise where they can work in real astronomy. Of course, that is very helping all kind of things about that is like you tell. Just you ask about that 20 years ago, this was impossible, and today we are talking of things that only things was impossible, and today are totally real.
That's very cool. Very cool. Cesar, thank you so much. Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
Great object,
it's a pleasure.
and a great star to focus on. That's wonderful. Well, okay, so we are going to a 10-minute break, but before we do, Gary Palmer wanted to quickly share his live image coming down from his telescope of it's the Sol Nebula. Is that right, Gary?
Yeah, well, I did message you that I need to flip the mount over. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're right on the meridian. Okay. All right.
Just coming up to that point.
Oh, yeah. You go to it after the break. Okay. Well, that's fine. All right. That's fine.
Okay.
Let's switch over to Jerry Hubbell because he has an update for us.
Yeah, so the update's a quick update. I went back and I suspected that there was something wrong with Astrometrica measuring the position or plotting the position of the asteroid. And I went back and basically did a new download of the latest version of the catalog. Before I reloaded the existing catalog and I updated the daily updates, and it didn't do its thing. It didn't do anything. So I went back and downloaded and updated the database, and sure enough, it plotted the position. I'm going to go ahead and share so I can show that real quick.
Okay.
What it looks like. It'd only take a second for me to do that.
It's still daytime where you are. Where are you, man?
I know it's like I'm in some special land.
Perpetual daytime.
It's always daytime. It's like
Always.
north of
Like
Alaska,
being in
I
Las
guess.
Vegas. Yeah, you never know what
Right.
time it is. So.
That's right. So can you see the chart? So
Uh-huh.
let me get out of this. So you can see here, I did a plate solve on the image again, and then I reloaded the overlay, and can you see it here?
Yeah, the box is right over that star.
See, it's right
Or
off the
that-
side a little bit, right?
Yeah,
So
that's the asteroid, huh?
that's the asteroid. So let me make sure. We'll go ahead and select the object,
Okay.
and it comes up, and it's object 466 Tisiphone 0.1 arc second off, and it's 14th magnitude, and we measured 13.8 like before,
Mhm.
right
Okay.
here. And the position is just like it is what we said it was on the on Carte de Seal. So that was the problem. So now I can select that, hit OK, and I can accept that. And now see how I drew the purple circle around with the red box there?
Yeah.
It's a little bit hard to see. Let me zoom out. Maybe you can see it a little better. Kind of like that.
I see.
Okay.
So let's see what the report says
Yeah, that's
now.
really
So
cool.
now I did two measurements, right, of the same star. So you can see here,
Mm-hmm.
they're the same measurement basically because I selected the same position with that star, and
Sure.
that,
It just
and that
automatically
it just
loaded, I guess.
right. So I did the two measurements are the same, which is correct.
Okay.
But Astrometrica now shows that the overlay position is similar to where the actual asteroid was. So I just wanted to say that's what the problem was and corrected
So
it.
how far off do you think we are now? Based
Oh,
off
it's only 0.1 arc seconds.
0.1. Okay. I would
Yeah,
say
that's what it
that's
said. Yeah.
a pretty accurate reading there. So
Yeah, I can check that real quick again. Just go here and hit this and it'll come up, and there's the delta right there, 0.1.
0.1. Okay.
0.1.
So you can see, I mean, maybe sometimes you'd run into a little bit of a difficulty, but you can work through it, and that's what it's all about. That's again.
Well, it
the
shows
reason
how
why-
far off the asteroids drift, even with the larger one. See how
Oh,
far off it
sure.
was?
That's how you
over
find
time?
them. You find them by
Right. So
taking shots just a few minutes apart, and
right, but I'm saying in terms of the position calculated
Sure.
orbit. That's how far off the calculated orbit was over a few months period. 'Cause
wow.
the original position was way over here, but now we updated it and it's over here. So
Okay.
that's
So that update corrects with a real measurement of where it is. So
yes, right.
based off from the difference being its predicted position. So,
Right, it's predicted position, right.
wow. And so just quickly, Jerry, I mean, what can affect a asteroid's orbit?
The other large planets, Jupiter mainly, because the asteroids are between Jupiter and Mars, so you've got a large planet out there, plus a smaller planet, Mars, out there in between, on either side of the asteroids. So that'll shift their orbits quite a bit. So the vast majority of asteroids that we have in the database, there's over 1.1 million asteroids in the database now that have orbits calculated for them, and the vast majority of those are in between Jupiter and Mars,
Mhm.
and they get shifted all the time.
Very cool. Jerry, thanks very much, man.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, so guys, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Now, the way I do this break is I show a countdown that's only going to last so many minutes. It's not 10, okay? But then we run a little feature video, which is maybe a couple of minutes. So don't get confused. It's about a total of 10, and then we'll be back talking to Maxi Falieres down in Argentina, and then we'll revisit Gary Palmer, with his live image. So stay tuned.
What's up, guys? ¿Qué onda, chicos?
Hey,
Hey,
Maxi,
how are you?
Maxi and Nico.
Hey, Scott.
How you guys doing out there?
Too much rainy days. I don't know.
Oh, it's raining
what to
all the
do.
way everywhere
Yeah.
in Argentina, I guess, huh?
Yeah, days and days.
Yeah.
It's a system from so here we have normally the clockwise is not that it's not a hurricanes, but are stormy weather, rotating, and it's very, very annoying because it's when the system starts rotating, you have maybe 4 or 5 days of clouds and storms and rainy, but really it's okay because for the farmers really they need it.
Oh, it's nice. Yeah.
No, we had a
very dry
linear-
season.
absolutely, and
Almost 3 weeks without rain. And
Oh,
a
man.
disaster. In
yes,
the north of Argentina, is a big problem. Our main rivers, that is Paraná rivers, that is is Argentina going to winter? No, we are. We are going to springtime.
Springtime. It's already finished there. Yeah.
Yes, we are in the south hemisphere.
Yes.
No, because
that's why we
So
have
whatever is
so
happening
much
up
rain
here,
days.
Jeff, is happening the opposite in Argentina. So
yeah. And really it's a bless for this time, a little of rainy rain, sorry. Maybe it's not a lot, but I think that helps in something to the farming area, because it's a great part of our economy.
Sure.
Yes, it's bad for astronomy, but it's great for the people that are that work in a farming for growing their plants, and it's very important. Normally is Maxi that know more than me, that it's in September, November is the time for is the season of not seeding, if not for in English is
Harvest.
Harvest. Thank you, Nicolas.
Yeah.
Yes, the people from Banfield know more about the about the words for farmers. This is because Maxi is a specialist in computers. It's not a farmer.
Yeah. Well, he's farming data. He's farming data.
Yes, farming data. Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm going to grab something quick to bite, and I'll be back hopefully in about 3 minutes.
Yes, I go to
problem,
take a
Scott.
dinner, as fast dinner.
Yeah, have dinner. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I'll be right back.
okay.
Hey, Maxi.
Hey,
Hey.
Cameron. ¿Cómo
Hey, how you
está?
doing? Hey, Cesar. Good. How are you guys doing?
Hey, Cameron, how are you?
Counting the
Good. Hey,
days without
Nico.
raining.
All right. Maxi, Nico. All right. And Cesar. So you guys, you getting a little bit of rain down there? Yeah, I know how that feels up in Seattle.
Yeah.
Oh, Seattle is very, very well, right?
Actually, we have been actually pretty dry lately. It's
Oh,
yeah. We usually we have the rain coming pretty soon here, but so far it's been really dry. Actually, we haven't had, but luckily, not too much fire coming over this way right now. But yeah, it's probably going to start raining in the next week or so, kind of like what you guys just changing the seasons.
Yeah,
So when it
here too, we had a really dry month, but now we have a really rainy days. It's like a week, and we have 4 or 5 days more rainy.
Oh, Time to do image processing.
Me too.
reprocessing, and
Reprocessing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and planning for the clear. So right
Yeah.
now, if you do have clear nights, what are the what would be your main objects that you'd be, what deep sky objects or would you be looking at?
Well, I've been practicing with the new camera, and I have some things to show because last Sunday I did some work in M16 and M8
All
and
right.
Triangle Galaxy, but I couldn't process it. And what's up, you, Nico?
Well, a few months I'm working with asteroids. I'm trying to learn to do the photometry. I'm working with a group with the asteroids rotation. It's really interesting. It's a new world, and that with the equatorial telescope, and with my dog I keep observing, measuring double stars, some planetary imaging. I try to do a lot of things just to not get boring.
Well, that's cool. Yeah, that was Jerry was talking about that earlier. That's
Yeah,
that is really neat. Yes.
it's really great the work with the asteroids, and well, I am starting in that too. So
I come by in a minute. I'm going to eat some masita.
okay.
Nice.
How
Yeah,
about you,
I
Cam?
want to eventually. I want to do that as well. Once I get. So what are you using for equipment again, Nico? Is
Um,
it the 10-inch Dob or something, or what?
Yeah, I have a 10-inch dub for I used to observe to planetary imaging and to the double stars, and I get a 6-inch reflector for the photometry work.
Oh, it looks like good. Oh, you're on mute.
You're muted.
That's right. Sorry about that, guys. I said, what an incredible program the Hubble Space Telescope will give us on the Ulysses project, and all those stars that will be available to literally anyone that wants to check them out. So, that's there'll be a resource for, I'm sure, decades to come. Up next is Maxi Falieres. Maxi has been on our program several times on Global Star Party. He is an innovative and driven amateur astronomer that has used the resources available to him to make some really incredible images. He's done a lot of it with his smartphone that he modified, but he has since gone on to an Astrocam and other cameras to make his amazing images. Maxi, it's great to have you back on Global Star Party. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you, Scott, again for inviting me. And thank you, everyone who's watching right now. And today, maybe it's going to be a very shortly presentation. Like the topic of the tonight is the power of the stars. In this case, my background, I have our sun. This was taken in April 2 years ago, and with obviously with a Bader filter and a Maxi telescope and my cell phone. That's all. I remember I used also 25 IPs and a Brollo 2X to get a very good image of the sunspot and the crops on the edge of the sun.
Oh man, absolutely.
I remember it was at the middle of the day, and I couldn't see anything because I have obviously the sun above my head, and the cell phone has the separation that gives you a very shining area because of the reflection of all the places. So you have to get covered with maybe some piece of t-shirt or something like that to get a shadow, and then you can start to film, then start to process and give the work with the wavelengths. And obviously this is color. It wasn't like this because it was with a Bader filter and was a very white picture, but I work in Photoshop in that time, and it's amazing when you start to combine the colors and you see and start to imagine how another stars could be, like for example Sirius, to get a very white star, but sometimes a very giant red, very contrasted, and well, obviously stars that it doesn't exist, like a green star or purple star, but it's amazing to carry on. So let me share my screen here. Okay, the stars. In this case, I have this picture that I took of M16 that I did last weekend, and you know, when you see the night, you see a lot of stars in all the sky, but they have a very they have a beginning. So where is the beginning, or that beginning? Where does it come from, the stars? In this case, we have the Eagle Nebula. This is all the square that the sensor has, but if I get zoom in this place, you can see all the dust and the kind of stars that are in this place.
Mm.
This is a very rich place of hydrogen, and this place called the pillars of creation, because it in some kind of this place where the star born. So they obviously start to get with a lot of gravity, and then they start to blink like if you're um, put on a firelight. Obviously a very huge firelight.
Mm.
But also in that case they start to commence their lives of the star. But in sometimes they have a lot of depends of how massive are those stars, and maybe they will have a very short life, and it could be a very supernova because it was explode, or maybe it could be a black hole, because even the light it couldn't comes out. But our stars, fortunately, is a very regular star that give us a warm place to live, but obviously for our distance, and the light that comes helps to keep out of our lives, and the plants can do the photosynthesis and everything. But that's a very principal kind of power of the stars, because about the light, the plants can do this photosynthesis inside of them and turns and produce oxygen, of course, that we can breathe. But another example of kind of a star that maybe in the future it will be happen to our star is like the Helix Nebula. This is a picture that I took last year with the 5 focal, the 150 inch millimeters, the f5, and my DCLR. This is a very cropped photo. This is a white dwarf that I don't know how to say it.
Mhm.
Ionized the area,
Yes.
and that's why it get this color. Maybe this is a very good image, and I remember when I took this, I was my plan was out because it's very difficult place to capture and get those kind of colors that the remnants and the gas that leaves this the star, and when this in this case this little dwarf white star is in the end of his life right now. But well, this is what I took last weekend with a new toy. And
Oh,
there's
look at that.
obviously a lot. There are about
Unstoppable, Maxi.
Oh my gosh.
There was almost 3 hours of taking pictures and some clouds passing by. I was fighting with the pre-processing progress and the calibration of the darks, vias, and flats, but hopefully I could take a lot of information, and also another place that is very difficult to get this this area. And in the center is the dwarf
Oh, yeah.
star. white dwarf star. And well, this is our most near planetary nebula from us. This is obviously the Helix Nebula, or NGC 72. Well, I don't remember. 72. I have the machete. 7293. And it's almost 650 light years from us. And is this nebula, is obviously with darkness skies, it could be visible with telescopes, obviously, and with the UHC filter, helps you to get contrast, and you can see the shape of the border, and obviously the little stars that surround it. Well, in this case, well, this is my Instagram page. This was taken last year also. In this case, is our sun with some kind of dark spot that in this they have it was too much activity in that time, and then a couple weeks after of this, we can see obviously, well, this is my background that I show every time, this solar eclipse, and this helps to us to see another kind of power of the sun, the plasma that has the flares in the surface, and obviously the corona that changed a lot, and this makes the solar wind that is very dangerous. And of course, obviously we have our solar protect the Cape of Ozone. So, well, this is a little presentation for talking about the stars, and in this case, our sun, and what could it be in some kind of the future. I want to show you only, this is a single picture, another night of the information that I get in 3 minutes only, and change a lot to get this.
It's awesome. I mean, the colors are just like the Ring Nebula. Just
exactly.
It looks like the Ring Nebula. It's really neat.
But the Ring Nebula is more smaller.
Yes, exactly. This is quite a bit more diffuse, but to be able to take that type of detail, that's fantastic.
Yes. Well, thank you, everyone. I wait you to the after party. So if you have some questions or
thanks, Maxi,
talk about, I will be there. So I leave you again with you, Scott, and thanks again to everyone.
Thanks very much. Okay, so let's try to transition to Gary Palmer so he can give us a live update, and then we'll go to Nico Arias, also in Argentina. Gary, do you still have that image now?
Yeah, I saved the screenshot of it, but I've actually moved off because we've got another target coming up. So I just really want to sort of frame it up and see what's going on. Cool. So I'll share the screen over. It should be that one there. The screenshot I saved, that was what I was capturing earlier.
Yeah.
Whoa.
So that was 5-minute images coming in on that, and then I just sent one in off the wrong one. As usual, it would go mad. There you go.
And you just casually mosaicked it, right, Gary? You just no
Yeah,
problem.
Yeah, so that was a single from earlier. So we mosaic these together, but that's
A
the
true
single
master.
image.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's
just
awesome. It is.
So
Great.
if
Wonderful.
we move the live screen over, that's coming in now. So we've got the horse head coming in.
Oh, yeah, it's coming up.
Look
Yeah.
at that.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's morning.
So
mode.
that's
nice.
the
I love
first
that
image
big
for
wall
me.
of
No.
velocity next, with it. Creates the
Amazing
flip side.
because it's a live image. It's incredible, Gary.
Yeah.
Great. It's really great, that detail.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we run it up to about 66, something like that. There we go.
Oh,
And also, Mintaka, it doesn't blocks you the nebulosity.
Yeah, it's using the extreme filter. So it's a one-shot color camera. And we're on 5-minute exposures. So yeah, we're
Amazing.
Awesome.
we'll run that
How
for
big
an
is this
hour.
field of view, Gary? How big is your field of view?
It's quite large. This is it's a system. We've only had the reducer in for a couple of weeks, so I decided
It's over
to stick,
5 degrees. I mean, it looks huge.
yeah. I mean, I decided to stick the full frame camera on,
Okay.
which is not really meant for this sort of telescope, but it works quite well. If you're looking at the pixel size and you say no, it shouldn't work on paper. But it's actually producing quite a nice image. So
yeah,
we're going to run.
it works.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, I always say never, never believe what you read. That's the key
Right.
thing. And the proof's in actually taking the images and playing with them.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah, when in doubt, try it out.
Yeah, that's it. I took
I
some
think that's
images.
a big message here on Global Star Party is we
Yeah.
have a lot of people, that contact us a lot, and we start to realize in customer service a lot of people have not yet actually tried to make an image or to try to do something with their equipment. They want to know all the perfect answers before they even get started. And there are so many variables to doing this, and you really do need hands-on experience. So part of this is learn enough, but then dive in and start using it. Make some mistakes.
You
Work
have to
through
step
them.
outside the box. You have to step outside that square box.
That's right. That's right.
You read everything. I get a lot of customers come along and they've read lots and lots of things.
Lots. Oh yeah.
They're after all the mean value settings to the camera, and the mean value settings mean nothing. It's down to your particular system, your skies, all of those sorts of things. And really, the only way is to practice and play. And like that shot there, that's the first horse head of the year. So for this season, so it's a case of we'll work out what else we can fit in that field of view. But without actually taking a couple of test shots, you can't answer that.
Right.
And we've had this before many a time where somebody will say, well, that shouldn't work. Well, it does.
Oh yeah. Well, how many million times have you heard that, Gary? So
yeah, that's it. And I always say, just don't believe what you read.
Right. Yeah. Right. Excellent. Okay. All right. So let's go to Maxi. No, I'm sorry, Nicholas. And Nicholas, what have you got to show us tonight?
Hi, Scott. Hi, everyone. How are you?
Yeah.
Tonight, let me share my screen.
Very appropriate. You have a Dobsonian telescope behind you, and I hope that you join us next week when we're celebrating the birthday of John Dobson. So.
Yes. I will be there.
Yeah.
Let me try.
I think John Dobson himself would be literally blown away by what you're doing with the Dobsonian telescope. So.
What he does.
Yeah. Right.
Okay. Can you see the presentation?
Yes. Oh, that's nice.
Okay. Well, tonight we are talking about the power of stars. So I pick up the Eta Carinae star in the Carina Nebula, and well, Eta Carinae is a giant blue star. It's a double star system, and it's really big. Here is a comparison with the sizes
Oh my God.
with
Okay.
our sun.
Which is
The
just a dot, right? I
The
mean,
distances in between the A component and the B component is like the sun to Mars,
wow.
and it's the concun the yes the luminosity of two stars together is like 5 million times our sun luminosity,
Wow. Right.
and well, it's 7,500 light years distance.
Hmm.
This is a picture of mine, and yes, this is taken with my Dobson.
This is mind blowing. It is.
This is
You know,
the K-hole nebula.
Nico,
in Carina.
I brag on you all the time on how you make images like this with the Dobsonian, literally just pushing the telescope. You know,
Yeah.
Nico does not have motors on his Dobson.
No
His
motors,
hands
nothing.
are
His hands are
micrometric.
motors.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's incredible. It's incredible.
If you see,
Unbelievable.
This is
Yeah.
Eta Carinae, the brightest star, and you
Yes.
can see the blue and the red and the green lines. That's because
Yes.
the field rotation in
Okay.
because I have a monochroma camera,
Mhm.
so I make the 3 channels, and in time with the Dobson we suffer the field rotation. And
Wow. Now
in
that's
that-
something I did not realize, Nico. I thought that you were shooting one shot color. You're
No.
you're using filters.
three,
Wow.
yeah, three times.
And oh.
It's
And
really
also
fun.
the live filter.
The live
Oh
filter,
my God.
so,
Yeah.
it's
We are
really fun.
thinking in the guiding camera, the graphics of
Oh yeah,
pH
yeah.
they
The
do,
auto guider
and
working and
no,
drift
yes.
alignment and all the rest of that stuff. And Nico is just
Well,
pushing the scope.
But
yeah.
this is what we're talking before. You need to do it. You need to try it with your scope, and no matter what is your scope and your camera,
Right.
there is something you can do.
That's right.
Um,
Awesome.
Okay, and there is a model of Eta Carinae that they thought there was a triple star model. That first you have the C component
Mm-hmm.
that when he grew to a giant, he started to donate the matter to the A component. With when you have a binary system with a
Mhm.
contact system, they are really near. One star start to donate the mass and the matter to the other star, and the B, when he has a less mass, start moving away from his orbit, and disturbs the C orbit, the C component orbit, and C falls to the A, as you can see here,
Yeah.
and it causes a colossal explosion. And there are now 2 stars there, because the A component remains and grow to a supergiant wolf-rashid type star that someday will die. The scientists expect an hypernova because it's really, really big.
Yeah. So
I-
what stage is Eta Carinae, this triple star component? What stage is it in right now? That we
Right now, there are only 2 components. The C component dies in that explosion,
Uh-huh.
and the A component it extends like a supergiant blue star,
Yes.
and
So
it's
we're seeing this. Okay.
beginning to get the variability as a wolf-rashid type.
But
Interesting.
This is a
Okay.
model. There are a lot of models because they're continuing studying and making the models and estimating the age and probably when this will become a supernova or a hypernova. But in that explosion, and here is the what I really like. It burned. It was in 1841. In that explosion, all the gas ejected
Yes.
creates the homunculus nebula. That is a special nebula because it's not a planetary nebula because the stars remain. So it's a bipolar emission and reflection nebula. It's really special nebula. And this is a Hubble image, a 3D model image, and this especially nebula is really hard to observe because if you are in a really nice sky, the Carina Nebula hides from you. You cannot see it. And in the city, if you use a lot of how would you say the aumento I don't know the
Zoom.
word.
The zoom.
Zoom, yeah, right. Thanks.
Zoom or magnification.
Yes, you can see that shape. And I have a draw here. Let me find it. Because
Violent and amazing.
Yeah,
this is.
I really like to observe and make sketches. Let me show. I start. You cannot see that. Here we go again with the share. Can you see the sketch?
Sure.
This is how you can observe it. You observe it.
Oh wow.
In the city.
Yeah.
This is how I observe
visually. This is what you see
with myself, with my dog. Yes.
Wow.
We'll go back to the presentation.
Beautiful sketch, Nico.
Yeah, it is.
And this is a picture I take, and in the left side you can see that with a stretching, you see all the nebula of Carina. But when you drop that stretch, you can see the little nebula right there.
Yes.
This is all with my dog. And here I have a comparison of the Hubble image and what I get.
Your image. Yeah.
Yeah. Great.
Yeah, it was amazing. The first time I saw it in the screen, I cannot believe it because you need to do a really short exposure to get this.
Oh, so the glare of the star doesn't overwhelm the nebula. I see.
Yes.
Right.
It's maybe the quantity of exposure of planetary nebula, maybe.
Yes, it's like when you do a planetary capture, you are doing the,
or maybe
you said the lucky imaging, really fast exposure.
Yeah.
So Nico, how short were the exposures that you?
Yeah, in this case, maybe 0.2 seconds or less.
Wow.
Yeah.
You can see the stars there. This group of 4 stars down in the lower right of Nico's image. You can see it in the upper left of the Hubble image, those 4 stars.
Yes.
I see.
And this is another pictures when I have a better shape. You can see.
Yeah, you got
the lobes.
You got detail.
Yeah.
Incredible. Really incredible.
So, but this was a little presentation about the power of the stars. I really love
that's
the star
the power of the stars. Right? That's a great subject.
So, well, it was short, but
Yeah.
Right.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Scott, and
Thank you so much, Nico.
everyone.
All right. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Amazing,
Okay.
Nico.
All right. So we will, up next is Cameron Gillis, who appears on our Wednesday program for Camstronomy, and he also appears on our program called Focus on Astronomy or Astrophotography on Fridays. And he's often on Global Star Parties, mostly every time. So Cameron, we'll give you the stage at this point.
Hey, thanks, Scott. Thanks, everyone. Actually, I'm just out of pocket for, can you give me a couple minutes? I just need
Of
to
course.
get parked here. Yeah.
No problem.
And I'll be right back.
I can
be right
show
back.
Jupiter for a minute if you want.
Okay. Yeah, please.
Just real quick. I went over to Jupiter.
This is the cool thing about having a global star party is that we can switch from,
Yeah, right now.
location to location, just like that. So
Can you see the red
yeah,
spot there?
wow. So this is a live image, I can tell.
Yep, yep.
Wow.
And it'll some details will pop into view every few seconds.
Uh-huh. How zoomed in are you digitally on this?
It's quite a bit. Well,
Mhm.
250. Now this is taken with an astro camera. It's not a video camera for it's not a a planetary camera. The pixel scale is not near, the focal length's not near what it should be, but you can see a fair amount of detail. This is 850 millimeter focal length. So typically you would be running at like 4,000 millimeter focal length to get really detailed images of Jupiter. But I'm real happy with, I like to push the limits of just the standard Astrocam setup on the system just to see what kind of details you can actually see. And you can start to see quite a bit of detail. Like you can see the red spot here, and then the bands and all. And I boosted the contrast a little bit and the color some on this too. So
Right. Jupiter just completed its opposition point, which was
right.
August 19th and 20th. But every 13 months, Jupiter comes back to opposition. So it's a great planet to really get get your chops into as far as planetary imaging. And
This is kind of what you'd see in a small telescope, kind of the
that's
view
true.
you'd see.
Yeah, actually at a couple of hundred magnifications. So,
Mhm.
right?
Yep. So that's Jupiter.
Right. Excellent. Excellent. And how are you doing there, Cameron?
Okay, I'm good now. Thanks. Sorry
Okay,
for that. I
good.
just had to.
Great.
All right. So thanks, everyone. So yeah, I don't have any particular. I was actually prepared to talk about the Dobsonian telescope, but I have that for next week. That's okay. I have some stories to share.
Yeah.
But I do have just an update on Camstronomy, so it shouldn't take. So let me share my screen here. Let's see here. Okay, and then let's go to. Oops. There we go. Go to astronomy, Camstronomy.
This is amazing that Cameron does all this stuff on his phone.
So 16. There we go. So okay, I'll open up that, and then I'm going to do the other thing I need, of course, is Sky Safari. Oh, actually, let's go Sky Safari. Yeah, this is pretty good. Oh, that's good. Okay, so basically, if we look at, let's go south here. Okay, so last week we were in Cygnus, and we basically we finished up with the fireworks galaxy up in the northern, right in the border of Cepheus. And this week we're going to go down to kind of the heart of back towards Deneb and the center of looking at the Cocoon Nebula, North American Nebula, and such. And if we go to my presentation, let's see if I can open that. There we go. Yeah, so let's go into. And present that, yeah. Okay, that's good. So basically, yeah, so we we've still we've done now 196 images we've explored together, and of 133 objects. So this week we're going to go into 16 new images, and there'll be a mix of smartphone and my Astrocam. 10 new objects will be tomorrow, and basically in the center of Cygnus. And all those images were taken. The last one was Fireworks Galaxy. Let me just go back out here. Oops, so that was the Fireworks Galaxy. Go back out. And we go, all that was taken with, so some of it was taken with just this setup with my smartphone, my S8.
Mm-hmm.
Those were, and then lately, of course, a lot with my Astrocam. And so that's with an alt-azimuth mount. And I'm just now getting into, I haven't done it yet. I'm still working on it. I've got my new equatorial mount. This is my new setup, exactly. So kind of like Maxi, you know, getting new gear. And I'm learning
the Maxi
here.
Above no.
Welcome,
It's
welcome to the
excellent.
Exos too.
Exactly. Thanks, Cesar.
Right?
Yeah.
And no problem.
All
this mount
that,
is a beauty.
all support that I can give
Easily.
you because.
Yeah, it handles it really well. And what I like about this setup, you know, when you piggyback like this, is especially when you're doing, you know, polar finding, or if you're doing 3-star alignment, you can use your other scope while you can put your imager on the big scope, and look in tandem, right? So that really helps you quickly do visual plate solving at the same time. So you kind of have the hybrid approach where you have both kind of this, you know, the personal touch, but also you have all the automation as well. So I'm working on that, and I'm learning about polar alignment and how important that is, because so far my images, I can only take 10-second images with this setup at this point in time, just because I haven't got my polar alignment properly figured out. But I will get there. I've got the image train set up, and I got the workflow for the imaging and the processing of the sky survey figured out, and I'm just trying to port that over so that I can get my polar alignment really in a good shape, and then I can start to take. Because the beauty of this is right now, if we go back to Sky Safari, let me just go back out here. Sky Safari, yeah, zenith overhead and in alt-azimuth. That's where Cygnus is right now in the northern hemisphere. So it's in a beautiful, perfect position for imaging. You get some good time on any object you're taking. So you really want to, you know, this is where I'm kind of anxious to get that imaging system working with the equatorial mount, because then I can, if I change this to equatorial, if I go, I actually have it in, if I close that one, let's go back to Sky Safari Pro. I think I already have it set up here. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, so this is already in equatorial mode on the Pro. If I go, and you can see now it has the meridian. I put the meridian line in there because I'm trying to, when I'm doing my imaging, I want to avoid meridian flips initially. I want to kind of say, okay, let's do the imaging, everything left of the meridian, just to the east, and then I'll start looking at the west. And because, you know, just making sure I can get reliable images with round stars, no streaks, That's my first goal. Get really good at that on one side, and then I can start to fiddle around with meridian flips and cone error and all that kind of stuff. So I'm going on this train, but yeah, it's a lot of moving pieces. But in the meantime, I've built up a bit of an arsenal of images, my earlier images, with my earlier setup when Cygnus was lower in the eastern sky, and that kind of gives me a little bit of room to be able to continue to work on my, perfecting my equatorial polar alignment and stuff. So yeah, so that's kind of my update for this week, and I'm really enjoying the journey of, moving from Altaz and into equatorial, and I can tell you it's going to be really good when I get this working. Look at. I mean, I'm not going to compare myself to Gary, but look at how perfected and polished Gary is with all of his gear and his processing. He has it like the back of his hand. It's like nothing.
Right.
He has all the stuff figured out, and it's very casual. I love how he's very nonchalant, very, there's so much experience in there, and there's so much knowledge, and there's so much, and it's something that as you go on this journey, you really start to appreciate. So, hats off again to Gary, and he says a couple of things, and it's like there's tons of knowledge and experience there.
That's right.
So,
that's right.
Yeah.
So, and one of the cool things about Global Star Party is to see the talent of all these different astronomers. We started off, with some wonderful poetry from David Levy and his comments about John Dobson, moving on to Carroll Orge, and the Astronomical League was with us, to talk about, the league a little bit, but mostly about the knowledge that our viewers have in answering questions and that kind of thing, which is totally cool as far as having a little bit of a challenge there. Gary Palmer being with us, sharing his knowledge and experience, popping in here and there to show us some live images. Donna Smith being with us, the history, kind of, sort of the more current but still incredibly historical aspects of our community of amateur astronomy with the influence of John Dobson, which will be followed up next week with just an amazing lineup of people. Jerry Hubbell showing us the science that we can all do as amateur astronomers, and opening up the door to, guide you into the March-Later Remote Observatory, so you too can become a scientist within our community. Cesar Brollo, showing us what we can do with nearby stars such as Antares, and explaining, what's going on, the inner workings of that star. And Maxi being with us as well, showing us the power stars along with Nico. Nico and Maxi and Cesar are really inspirational people to me because
Me too,
they have
yes.
done so much with very, very modest equipment.
Yeah.
Okay. Very modest
Love it.
equipment, and are just really doing mind-blowing stuff. So just really, this group of Argentinian astronomers are just a true inspiration to all amateur astronomers everywhere. And so, and then we ended up with Cameron, who has guided us through, working with, again, fairly modest equipment, but doing a fairly sophisticated sky survey. And he's walked us through how to do that with readily available tools that, again, very modest investment. But we've kind of watched Cameron also take off on this. He constantly talks about his journey and stuff, but it really is a journey. And he's going. We're watching go through this whole exploration phase that is the culmination of all of his years of being involved in amateur astronomy. So we've got more to come in the after party. And so we'll take another 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and The guys here can share more of what they'd like to share, but it's kind of a free-flowing thing. If you guys have questions, please let us know. But before we go, we do have a question. Let's see. We have someone that's watching on Twitch here. It looks like it's Ping 2021. That's his handle. How does a star swallow up a black hole? Okay, and then explode. Wouldn't the black hole swallow the star instead? I think that's, what do you guys know about that?
That would be the way I would go around it, that the black hole would swallow the star.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or the stars becomes the black hole and swallows everything, I think.
Right, right. Okay, all right.
Size matters.
Right. All right, guys. So we'll
same matters.
that's right. Let's take another 10-minute break. You guys get a sandwich or a cup of coffee or something. We'll be back. Okay. And I have, I think there's another little feature video that we'll show you. So enjoy, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Yeah. And size matters in both directions, guys. You know, it's you need the small and the large, both pixel size, telescopes. You know, so you need size does matter, but it doesn't necessarily imply big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People is talking about food.
Yeah.
And beer.
The PSP is a pizza night now.
Yeah, yes. Yes, earlier tonight I cooked pasta with tomatoes, mushroom, and Scott all time he remember from the European, maybe Gary remember that in the European edition of a Global Star Party, one of the first ones, in the same night, Friday, I told to my family, said, no, today I cook pasta, but in the same Global Star Party with the Zoom, I went at each time to see the cook, you know. It was a mix of make pizza and still being in the Global Star Party, but this was real. And Scott told me, it's real that you're making pizza? Yes, it's real. Yes. And it's a tradition. And tonight I cooked some pasta, but pasta is very easy, of course. That is.
Well, I had
10
to
minutes.
cook some milanesa.
Oh, milanesas is a great Argentinian custom.
Yes, always great milanesas.
Yeah.
With chips or fried potatoes.
Fried
Oh,
potatoes.
and fried
I
eggs.
think that I really dream Gary to go to London and eat fish and potatoes in a London street place. Really, it is one of my favorites.
Fish
foods.
and chips.
Fish, yeah, fish and chicks and chicks. Yeah, yes,
Yeah, that's it.
yes. It's a,
Yeah, they have a whole bunch of new stuff in the South Bank. You know, they really nice area now. Nice outdoor street food along there, right, Gary and
Yeah.
Cesar?
yeah.
I couldn't believe I hadn't been to London for many years, and we were just there a couple of years ago before COVID, and wow, they really transformed the South Bank there. It's really neat.
Yeah,
It's looking really nice there now.
I really need to go to London because all my entire family, my brothers, my wife, everyone knows London. Me, not. Of course, that any time that I choose to go to United States was okay, but never I went to Europe. I never went to UK. It's. Well, maybe in the next years, because I really, my brother lived from 20 years, since 20 years in Italy. And this is I never went to Italy. It's ridiculous. Well, yes, he came to Argentina and said, "Come on, let me to me go to Italy." But you know, Maxi, what is the difference between chips and fried potatoes? Are chips French fries? Are French potatoes fried in a skillet?
Chips are
Yes.
thicker. They're
No,
larger.
I think that is the
I think
same.
the
French
same.
fries.
It's the same.
French fries. Yes.
but
Yes.
we
We don't.
say-
We don't.
When we say
Papa
here, we say
fritas. We
chips.
call
Papa
it.
frita.
Yeah, we
Papa
call
fritas.
chips to the fries you buy in a
In the
can.
cone,
package.
in the packaging. Yeah.
Yes, and we say fried potatoes when you do it, you cut and put in your hand. But it's the same.
Yeah. Yes. The best, one of I read today that the choripan, the sausage with the bread that we call it choripan, was chosen. I don't know why, what people choose that, but they chose it between the 5 better sandwich in the world, the choripan.
That's great.
Another tradition, and this is a street food, of course.
Yes.
You know, anytime, every time when I went to Buenos Aires with my father, he always says we have to go to Costanera.
Los carritos, yes.
You have to eat the panchos, hot
Absolutely.
dogs, or
No,
hamburgers, and choripan, of course.
Yes, the best things are choripanes, and another thing that they prepare very good are the bondiolas. Bondiolas al limón as sandwich too. Bondiolas is a part of a pig, of a pork, and well, you know, Maxi, that is a bondiola, but they prepare. If you don't like choripan, of course that you like it, but another thing is that they make a very good bondiolas. And something that is incredible that I don't know if today is still existing, is that in near to the astronomy university in La Plata, when in that time that I made a online study for practical for polishing mirror, you know, I went to the La Plata University. I am not an astronomer, but I took some lessons for specialists to polish mirror for telescopes, and we found the place where the students of astronomy in La Plata, they know it in the past, maybe 20 years ago, 30 years ago, the milanesa sandwich that they prepare in a carrito, in a store, like food trucks. Today we call it food trucks, but of course we call it carritos in the past. And they made maybe the best milanesa sandwich in the world that I couldn't taste. It's yes, and I when I talk with astronomers, if they know it, they told me yes, of course. Every astronomer that study in La Plata know it.
They know that place.
Absolutely, yeah, yes. Milanesa is, you know, is a brother meat.
And fried.
And fried, yes. But with bread, like you know, like a grain, not like a grain, like I don't know the exactly name in English.
when you get those amazing visualizations from the spacecraft as we do, such as the one that we just saw from the Gaia spacecraft, it just highlights that, you know, we are living in the golden age of astronomy, the golden age of discovery. And this is not only done by professional astronomers and the spacecraft that we have, but it's also being done by amateur astronomers. And so this makes up the community of astronomy as a whole. And by being involved, you're part of it, no matter what level that you're at, whether you're a beginner or an advanced astronomer, or that you are doing pro-am projects, or if you're a professional astronomer, you're part of this fraternity of astronomers that goes back not only hundreds of years, but thousands of years. And so we're all trying to understand our place in the universe. And so, we hit now the part of the Global Star Party that I call the after party. And it's kind of a free form part of the program where people can share what they'd like, talk about what they'd like. We've also, we just had a great conversation about what astronomers love to eat. So in Argentina,
the gastronomy
which is awesome.
Yeah, gastronomy with
It makes me hungry every time.
Don't get him started. Don't get him started.
I know that you guys are talking about, the meals, which are often, with the sausages and all the rest of it. I just go, okay.
Yeah.
But
why in Argentina only? Why?
It's not only Argentina,
No.
But, in the United
We are really grilled, but that in other countries, I can see that.
That's right. And Norm Hughes calls it gastronomy, which is exactly what it is.
Exactly. Yeah, with the G, change everything. It's very near words. Yes.
That's right.
I'm going to show up a couple of live views of M42, and then I'm going to call it a night because it's
all right,
really
Gary.
quite
Thank
late.
you.
Yes,
Thank
it's
you.
very late, right?
Yeah. And thanks again, Gary, for coming
No,
on.
that's all right. That's fine. So there's two systems running here, two scopes on the same mount, different field of view. So the first one's with a standard L Pro filter on.
Right.
Using the 2600 camera, but it's more on a lens style system. So it's got a really wide field of view. There's a little bit of high cloud coming in now. You can start to see the stars haloing out. And the other one that's coming in live view is using the extreme filter, and that's on the larger telescope. So it gives you the two different views on there and really what the coloring's going to be like. So using the extreme is going to pick up the hydrogen alpha, which is really what you're after out of this. And then you can combine the two. So you can take this out and add it into the red channel of the one-shot color image, resize it, or stick a filter wheel on and have the two or three filters running around, capture all three different sections and then integrate them all in. But as I said, you can just start to see some high cloud coming in at the moment. So
Right.
if I go, just give me 2
I was
seconds.
just going to say, Gary, this is really very good to have a clear night. Right now, it's the turn of the season for you, right? I mean, this is where the nights are. It's kind of, you're getting longer nights, but on the flip side, the weather's changing, right? So
That's it. So you can see that high cloud I was on about there. Yeah, on the other monitor. But yeah, it's that's the way it goes now. That's our seasons are really sort of turned on their head this year. It's meant to have been clear the last few nights, and we've had quite a lot of fog coming in.
Mm-hmm.
But the temperature's really warm tonight. It's I forget what it is now. What is it out there? In the observatory with the roof open, it's 14.5 degrees C. So that's pretty warm for a September here. Normally you're starting to drop down to the sort of 6 or 7. Even might get a light touch of ground frost as the seasons change. So yeah, that's the way it goes. But it's all been good fun tonight.
Yeah.
I will catch up with you soon, some other time.
Gary, before you go, I wanted to know, do you ever use remote telescopes or is to do the work
Theoretically,
you do,
I
you
don't
have
use
to-
remote telescopes in other countries.
Mhm.
That's more a time issue. I just never get. You'd think I'd have a lot of time, you know, with the amount of cloudy nights we have here in the UK, but in a sense, I don't. I'm running probably 2 months behind on processing
Ah,
at the moment. So there's 2 to 3 months worth of images to process up and get out. So a lot of what I'm doing at the moment is just, you know, half a dozen 5-minute shots, check the system out, make sure they all work.
yeah.
And the system's been a little bit off skew tonight because we had a scope on test. So it had 3 scopes on the mount, and then I just pulled one off just for the star party tonight to run around with a couple of other bits. But the remote systems, I like the principle of them. And I can see lots of things in education, disabled people who maybe can't set up their own systems.
Sure.
You know, there's lots of uses for them. I think the cost needs to come down quite a lot on some of these to make them more accessible to the general public. Some of them are quite expensive still, unless you're imaging on nights where the moon's out, or, you know, there's other reasons that it's not quite as good. But they're becoming more popular. Certainly on the European side, there's a lot more out in Spain now.
Mhm.
Yeah, so that seems to be a popular place for them to be set up at the moment.
I see.
But my system here, I can operate from anywhere. So if I'm away, I can open this up, operate it.
You got an
it's
arsenal.
it's running remote into here. So when we're actually doing this, we're operating it very similar to if I was out in the US, I could operate it out there. And having the other camera system means that you can see what the weather's doing.
Sure.
You know, you can get a good idea of what's going on. So they're both remote systems that come in, and they just make it easier. You're the same. You don't want to sit in your office all day long. I'm spending hours and hours and hours in here, so sometimes it's quite nice just to sit on the sofa and fire up the system on a laptop, rather than sitting in here all night doing it. So yeah, but the technology is brilliant now. You see what you know, like Cameron's doing with the phones and the apps on there, and you know what the other people in Argentina are doing with the Dobsonians and the smaller cameras and different things like that. The technology is allowing us to do all of that now.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's the thing, you know, some of this stuff, even I look back, some of this stuff we just couldn't do 5 years ago.
Right.
You know, even like this, running, you know, 2 or 3 cameras at one time on the same computer. That would have been a hard push 3 or 4 years ago, just on the data that's coming in. And we're seeing it on the solar now. Some of the developments in the new cameras, one solar video can equal 20 gigabyte. So your hard drive systems and the computers got this so wired up now to take all of this stuff in and to record the information fast without buffering it. Then your computer needs to be really running fast. I mean, I've gone through 3 computers here this year because we're changing what we're doing. There's literally a new one in this week, you know, just built another new one. And that's for the processing side. Otherwise, the processing is not getting done. It's taking too long to go through all of these videos that you're capturing on solar and then your deep sky stuff. You're just spending hours and hours and hours processing it, which is where the data gets left. If you know what I mean, you just think like, yeah, I'll do that when I get a bit of time. You never get the time.
Yeah, I was, we were talking with Jason Genzel, and he was just saying how many months behind he really is in image processing, you know, and has so much data, but, you know, I think he enjoys taking the data more than the processing, but he's obviously very good at that too. But,
I don't like processing really. It's just a byproduct of what I do. I have to do it for what I'm doing. But today was one of the first days that I managed to get solar out on the day that I've actually captured it. And I can remember 5-6 years ago, you would always get your images out on the day that you capture them.
Oh,
you know.
right. Yeah. Just very
That's-
close to when it was
That's
done.
it. But
right?
now you're not able to. I mean, yesterday, just in some testing on stuff, we recorded, I think it was 480 gigabyte in 2 hours.
Right.
Yeah. So that just in its sorting alone, you know, just in working out what you're going to keep, what you're going to throw away, and you have to get quite harsh with it now. But I mean, I've thought about finding some sort of system that we can upload some onto, and then people can use it, because there's just so much data sitting on the hard drives here. Yeah, and different
very true.
systems.
Yeah, and who knows what discoveries might even lie there.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it's more just for the fun of it. You know, people can play with the stuff and process up images very similar to what they can go and capture on some of these remote systems. But again, it's just getting the time to upload it all and play around. You know, when I've got to send some of these images off to companies and different people, it's taking forever, even on our file systems here, to get them uploaded. So that's the sort of key thing. But it's all good fun. It's about enjoying it, isn't it? And that's the key thing.
Ultimately, that's what it's all about. Yeah, that's right.
It's about having the fun, going after the capture of something, you know, and really sharing what you get, good or bad. I think that's the key thing. It doesn't matter whether it's bad or whatever. I've taken plenty of bad images in my time, you know, but it's about sharing your experience on that day. Really, you know, whether it's down to weather, whether it's down to the equipment having a bit of a meltdown or something like that. You know, it happens to all of us. It doesn't matter what you're doing. At some point,
Sure.
you go through all of these different bits. But it's about sharing that, and I think that's where you get a lot of the experience from. You know, if you only post up the good images, you're probably really not delving in quite deep enough. You've got to chuck a few bad ones in there every now and then. I sometimes do it on Facebook. I put a post up and so, you know, show us your worst images.
Well, I love seeing the images that you do share, Gary. So, you know, and I look forward to seeing a lot more of them.
Thank you. Anyway, I'm going to go.
All right, Gary.
I will speak to you soon. Take care.
Get some rest, man.
Bye, Gary.
Hi, Gary.
Great. Cheers.
Bye.
Bye.
And Gary say about a lot of images to process, and at first you think that your telescope is expensive until you start to buy more hard drives.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a really problem.
Yeah.
The manufacturer of hard drives, they will be happy with us, I think.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think we had to sell or of course sell telescopes and also hard drives.
And hard drives. That's right.
Yeah.
Astro hard drives. There is an idea, Scott.
Astro hard drives, yes.
Yeah.
It could be
Right.
a very good idea.
Well,
No,
it's an essential tool, isn't it? I mean,
Yes,
having a good, reliable computer, probably having backup equipment, you know, to keep you going, because things break, you know, things fail, and
Yes.
so you have to be ready for it. But yeah, so Maxi, what do you see as your greatest challenge in the work that you do, or all of you? What do you all think as far as your greatest
Well,
challenges?
I for now, in my personal challenge for me is to get a very performance of image, I don't know, of a galaxy, a very detailed galaxy, and that's my goal. And I'm still trying to get practice processing, stacking, and captures. Unfortunately, in my cities, they are changing the lights of the city. They put in LED lights, so it will be more like Buenos Aires in a couple of months, I think.
No, come on. Don't
Well, when I lost the south, you
don't
know,
worry.
I see a very a bubble, a white bubble in the
Mhm.
center of my city,
Mhm.
but of course
It's terrible. Yeah.
I have the chance to go almost 20 miles from here, and I have in Bortle 4 or maybe 3, and that's a very good. Uh, helps a
Yeah.
lot. But
And Maxi, sorry, the distance between the Chivilcoy city and the observatory, the place where you are can make the
Alberti?
observatory. Yes. How many
well,
miles or how many kilometers are?
Alberti from Chivilcoy is almost 40 kilometers, maybe
Okay.
so.
This is the
But
place for the observatory.
no, to the city. To get to the observatory, you have to cross over the city. Is in maybe in less of 10 minutes, I think.
Ah, okay, okay. But the border is not problematic.
Well,
here.
Alberti has a lot of LED lights, so that's unfortunately in that town. But when you go outside Alberti, you have almost 50 kilometers to get to the new observatory.
Yeah.
And I talked with Marcos last Friday, and we say that maybe we can meet last Saturday, but the rain and everything it couldn't. Well, the road is a farm road, and you know when it rains,
Yeah.
you
yes.
have to
It's
go
a
with
mood,
the tractor.
Yes.
Or
Sure. It's a mix of mood and yeah.
Mhm.
Yes.
But today I spoke with my professor of physics, Armando Sandanel, because well, he has some problems with his health, but
Well,
I
yes, I know to Armando. Yes.
I talked to him because
Mhm.
I was wondering, of course, in the pandemic situation, but if we can do some start again with obviously protocols and everything, and be careful with everyone to start to open the Southern Sky Park, Parque Cielos del Sur,
Yeah.
to do some observations, to start to get people come again. And of course, we have the planetary season. At the afternoon, we can see Venus, Mercury, Saturn, and Jupiter, and also the moon. And that's our simple objects that you can show to everyone, and they will be, I think, very excited to see that in a telescope and in a live view through a telescope. So I spoke to him, and I hope maybe the next weekend we can do some meet, obviously with the carefuls and the protocols to get of course of us and for everyone. But well, I hope the weather gives us a good hand in that.
Let's see. It seems like next week we will have a clear sky.
Absolutely.
I hope,
Yes.
yes.
I think the Friday maybe.
Yes. A high pressure. Yes. It became a high pressure center to get dry weather, clear skies. Yes, but this will be only before Sunday. In another way, we have this weekend election days.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah.
We can
Come
do
on.
anything. We can go outside to do nothing.
Yeah.
Because the Sunday
Sure.
we have to go to vote. And
You have to vote. Okay.
Yes, and sometimes if you have the place near to your home, it's okay. But sometimes you don't change the last, the last address, and you can go to another city or, But normally it's in a school near your address. But
Yeah.
home. But
Same here.
normally,
Yeah, same here. We
yes,
usually go to a school or church or something like that, some community center to go.
Yes, absolutely, sure. But maybe you spend the day and you're watching the TV. And
Yeah.
Come on, I don't use the telescope.
Happen,
Come on, yes, maybe sometimes it's a missed day, a missed night, because they say, okay, I'm too tired watching the TV. The politician I know about my.
Let's start to reprocess again.
Yes.
Please.
This is something. Yeah, and this is something that Gary told about the take pictures and processing. I admit that mostly of the pictures that in my home was made by Agustin, my son, because normally when I start to put the telescope and align the telescope, and say, okay, I took some pictures, and I say, it's okay. Well, Agustin, before his studies, he came to the balcony and say, it's okay, it's working okay, the telescope? Yes, okay, let me use that. And started to make their own pictures and say, come on, okay, bye, and go to sleep. Okay. Yes, the example that of Lagoon Nebula of 3 weeks ago, when we started to guiding with the Exos 100, was when I watched the picture in the morning, because this kind of kids, he's a young man, and normally sometimes in the night he's still awake, and I say, in the morning I received the picture in my
breakfast
phone. Yes, while I was because he was sleeping in that time, because he was very tired to processing and changing the things, and say, wow, come on, I can't believe it, the quality of the picture. But he had more of, first of all, he used that PixInsight. I never used PixInsight because my brain is not for PixInsight. I'm old.
It's not.
No, for me, when or I would think have some types of ideas. For example, he told last week, I say, he don't like the dark color sky because the picture is from the city and have a light pollution. And this is real, because he told me, Papa, if you push the dark colors, you are going to lose information. And he's so orthodox for that. He's not a real amateur astronomer, but when he started working in the pictures, it's like another kind of amateur astronomer. It's special for the attention that he pay for processing image. And Scott know that when he start to explain and the people start to ask him about how you can do it, that, and he's a specialist to explain, to teach to another people.
And he does an excellent job. He does.
Yes, and he really it's funny because he came to the Star Paris at the Star Paris and starting to be very how do you say, very participative member in our Star Paris, maybe from he's 16 years old, and
Yeah.
he started to processing pictures. Many customers of us that know him and from our third parties, he told me, come on, do you have the number of Agustin? Because I need somebody that teach me. Yes. He have one of our customers. Normally he called to Agustin. And now, not now, of course, that we can go to another countries normally or because the pandemic, but you say, oh, hi, Agustin, where you go? Yes, I go to Uruguay to the to assist your customer. They say, come on. And they told me, no, your son is a genius. I said, I never, I give support only to use the mounts. Actually, last week I was giving support for many people that buy the Exos 100. Really, I love to give support about that, but about support about processing data for
that is a whole different thing.
It's different.
Really
Yes. For me, normally I say, okay, Agustin, if you like to get support, this is the number of my customers, no problem. And the people say, oh, okay, it's okay. Because it's something about technology, and people that work in technology can explain much better the things and give support. Sometimes he told me that, for example, many people don't have the right connection between the computers or the people have more mistakes with their own computers than with their own mounts, telescope, or cameras. This is something
that's right. That it's really common.
Yes, it's our connection with with the technology. Younger people have more connection. In my generation, maybe we can fight with this, and maybe we have some. We are okay with that, but maybe not all people is connected with the technology. But
you know what, Cesar?
Sorry, Cameron.
Yeah. No, just to add, with this new technology, on one hand, you can do a lot of quick things a lot quicker, but you can make mistakes quicker. But then think about it: mistakes translates to learning. So
Absolutely.
what happens
right.
is you can learn, you can make those mistakes much quicker, and you can recover from them faster because the technology allows you that iteration, right? That ability to go quickly and say, and you can see the mistake quick, and then you can
absolutely, yes. Something that, for example, that you are starting to use the Exos, but I think that you have the Exos system because Cameron, you have the Exos 100.
It's a beautiful. Oh my God!
Yes,
fantastic.
Okay. Yes,
the Exos 2 with PMC8. Yeah, it's built
absolutely,
like solid.
yes.
Beautiful mechanics and beautiful electronics. I really enjoy. But I know my challenge is I just have to learn how to polar align. It's not that easy.
No, yes, and this is very interesting because the Exos system, the PMC system, is getting to the people to learn a lot of different things because really, it's not easy to use, or it's not easy to understand all possibilities that have the system, because you can, when I start to talk with the people, the first thing that I teach to the people is use the Explore Stars in a tablet unit, and the people told me, why I can don't use with my cell phone, because blah blah blah, the scale of the image, I don't know. Well, and I said, and when the people start to use the Explore Stars and say, it's great. For example, for the kids, it's really great. Many kids with the EXO system started with Explore Stars, and Explorer Stars is a very easy, and very communicative.
I love Explorer Stars. You know how I use it, Cesar?
Application.
Yeah, it's excellent. I mean, so what you need to understand is it's about expectations about what you can do. So I like to keep it very simple, and Explorer Stars allows you to talk to the mount directly, and then you can right away get the feedback. So for example, what I do is I go into my Sky Safari app. I look at what I want to look at.
Sky Safari is wonderful, but it's funny. It's fun that another application that is really indie, because it's really indie,
Yes.
It's easy, yeah. And I love the 4 buttons. And okay, 1 is to 3 star, enter. Okay, it's ready. It's aligned.
Yeah, exactly. So then, but what I do is I go back and forth between Explore Stars and Sky Safari right now. Right, I don't have the ASCOM. I mean, not using
not yet.
Not yet.
But
I will do that later. Yeah. I'll do that
sure.
Later.
Yes, and I think that is so fast that, for example, something that was funny with this application. Sorry, Nicolas and Maxi, because it's something about the Explore scientific products,
okay.
but it's application that. Oh, I'm sorry that I don't have my tablet here to show it, but it's the application that drive the mount.
Mm-hmm.
But it's indie. It's made for a lot of people that wrote code, and it's open source, and the people say, okay, I can
change
put this.
Something.
The people give the code to Jerry, and Jerry try and say it's okay. For example, only 1 month ago, when you download the application, by Android, and you needed download the library for the site. Come on, for only 45 days ago, I told with the people, okay, send me, came to the store with the tablet, because many people understood that, and because you needed copy to the SD memory, SD card, okay, but for many people like Nicolas or Maxi was completely easy. Okay, I download. You understand? Yes, I have.
Some people doesn't know that.
Yes, I have a client. I have a customer of Pedro. Really, Pedro is a genius. Pedro have 85 years old.
Oh. Okay.
Tell me. Okay. Yeah. Just tell me how I can explain. And Pedro told me. First of all, I said, okay, Pedro is a genius, really is a genius, because he was his entire life aviation pilot.
Yeah.
He's a genius, really is a genius, and he can understand everything, because he's a man that loved the technology, because he drove airplanes his entire life. And he told me, okay, I like that. Really? I say, okay. Well, of course, that in the first thing that I thought was, okay, Pedro, give me your tablet, and we can put we can download software, the application and the software. Yeah, because it was in the different 2 ways. 3 weeks ago, this was you don't need to make the software. When you download the software, you can download libraries and the application too, and work in 2 minutes. You have the application, and without the bugs of the first time. But the best part of that is software that the amateur astronomer can do it and work properly, that many closer software of with from the brands of another manufacturers. Because when you exist a forum that say, okay, I had that problem, and all people
I made this improvement, and you can share with
yes. And the thing is that the people have more fun going to the forum. Yes, because part of the play is go to the forum, start to talk, and
sure.
And for me, was great, because all people that call me to the store and say, okay, I'm happy because I can guide with the PH2 and blah blah blah. Okay, they don't know that Nico Arias used their own hand, but
yeah, they don't know that
yeah. But the people start to have something, not only for, because the things are open, and they are happy to say, okay, I could make this. For example, Agustin told to Jerry last week, and say he was happy because he was happy to say, okay, I only was plug and play and work, and say, the ASCOM protocols say, yes, you are guiding now. Come on. And something that this kind of challenge is great, that the people need that kind of things. Of course, that is a nightmare, not, but they say, okay, I'm selling an open system. It will be a nightmare or a challenge for the people. What's a challenge for the people? Actually, that is, and is have, for example, something that is so open that the Explorer Stars is the own application of Explorer Scientific. But if you can try to use with the Carte du Ciel from the computer, work. With serial cable, work. Without serial cable in Wi-Fi, and you can download different kinds of applications for your computer to change the kind of connection that you like.
That's
UDP,
right.
TCP, yeah. I say, come on.
Yeah,
and
now,
when I start to say
the new controlling firmware.
Yes, another thing.
Back and forth between Wi-Fi and cable.
And you have in your computer, yes, the manager of connection, the firmware managing that is better than another one. And say, and sometimes I'm scared to get to the people, not, and I don't know why the people start to try, and something that is incredible, that not all people that is connected with the technology is going to understood more, because it's a not easy, it's a not comfort zone for many people. Maybe for you and Maxi, that, or Cameron, or that you're young people and work with technology, it's okay. But for another people, not all, only people that don't work with technology, say,
it's something new, and you need to read, and maybe he's scared, or he can.
Yes, and me, like to me, like a distributor or dealer, I need to work more in connection with our customers, with the support. But I think that the connection between the people, because is something that for the people say, no, it's okay. I don't understand now how the mount work, but I'm having fun. This is very, very interesting, and each step that they can go to resolve that, they know their own equipment, and they are going to drive their own equipment with a much better options.
Yeah, that's right. Well, okay, guys, I will leave you. I need to wake up in a few hours. And Scott, maybe I hope the next week we have a clear skies, and as we have a Dobson night, I will share you a live how I capture and measure a double star.
That would be great.
Wow,
that would be awesome. You bet.
We can see that, Nicolas.
Totally.
The secrets of the hammer.
Yeah, the secret of the hammer. Yes.
The hammer touch.
The Southern machine gun.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hammer time.
Yeah. Sure. It will be Nico.
Nice.
Nico will be an star in a special Dobson beer day. Yes.
I think so. I think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's too.
I hope we have a clear sky, and if we don't, maybe show some planetary capture or something.
Oh, amazing!
Okay, I will take the computer to my patio, make some Dobsonian playing.
Excellent.
Okay, guys. Good night.
There you go.
Nico,
Good night, Nicolas.
Thank you.
Oh, compa.
Adiós. Ciao,
Ciao.
Nicolas, campeón.
Jeff Wise says he has absolute encoder fingers.
Yes. No. The resolution. Come on. He's a genius.
That's a genius. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. You know, a guy like Nico could have lived a long time ago and done amazing astronomy work as well before the invention of the equatorial mount. So
Yeah.
that's right.
Well, I think that maybe the technology goes and get more advantage, like because, for example, you try to do something, but the technology gives you the way to do it, so you don't practice with that, so you leave it like, okay, it's like this. But in this case, like Nico do, it's an optional way to do astrophotography, to do astronomy observations, and I think it's a very good work to when somebody has to start and get into this hobby.
Oh yeah, I mean, and a big part of it, a huge part, as I'm also realizing, is you develop a workflow and the way you connect with astronomy, and you have a certain way that you like to do things that make it enjoyable, and that includes everything, whether it's using technology or not, right? I mean, David and Maxi, or not Maxi, but you're using more the manual, right? And I was doing that way too with the Dobsonian before. I was very much liking, because you're very much in tune. You're doing star hopping, everything's manual tracking, right? And you have a certain, and you're right away at the eyepiece. There's no real setup time. You just observe. And then you start now with go-to technology. You can improve the technology and do tracking, right? And just basic to be able to follow the sidereal rate is really nice at high power. So now if you can get that working easily, then it's like, oh, okay, now your observational experience is that more relaxing, right? You can sit there, and even with a Dobsonian, if you had some sort of automatic tracking, it's a little, it's a less strenuous, right? You can enjoy it more. I mean, Nico is young. He has the motor fingers, but when you get older, it's like, it gets a little bit stressful, a little bit.
Yes, I just only thinking in make a little pressure, to move. Come on, I remember my first telescope that I made that, and come on. But he really, he have a lot of knowledge about the technology, because he used
Yes.
another part of the technology of tracking, making a tracking with a very short exposure. And he's a genius, because he say, come on, you don't use motor. And I really, maybe, you know, in the, I am now in a growth of PH2 guiders, and exists a group only for PH2 guiders. You know, the application and the people that using telescope and cameras guiding, and the group is only for that. And really, when the people is stressed, it's fun, really, because the people is stressed, showing their screen capture with a very bad graphic situation, because come on, help, because I don't have, my telescope is not guiding, and say, come on, and I need to show them a picture of Nico pressing a little. No,
It's the result. It's the result that matters,
see the people stressed. See the people stressed because the graphic of the mounts, they was scared like this was a heart monitor of
electrocardiogram.
Electrocardiogram. Because like, come on, it's not your electrocardiogram. It's simply a graphic of your guiding. But the people is stressed, and it's a stress that is fun. It's, you know, it's something that is another thing to share, to say, come on, I have problems, come on. You know, it's part of the fun. It's amazing.
The real fun.
Keep
The
it
real
fun.
fun.
You have to have this
You
perspective.
got to keep it fun. Yes. And then you develop
Yes.
things that you say, okay, this is what I need. And then that actually creates innovation, right? The necessity is the mother of innovation. So you start to say, okay, I need this now to make make sure it's fun, because I've learned how to do things a certain way. But then it's like, hey, I can improve it by doing, you know, applying this new technology, for example, or like what you know, like Nico is able to take advantage of the technology of CCD or sorry, CMOS, right? I mean, basically, that's a very advanced technology, and so because he can take short exposures and then stack it, he can do the manual processing. So he has a really good workflow for that, and that's and then that's a really neat that he discovered that way. But it was only possible because of the CMOS technology, right?
Absolutely.
That do that.
This is incredible. The CMOS
and then
technologies.
Maxi with the smartphones. See what Maxi, you pushed it to the limit. You figured out how to reverse engineer the smartphone and basically make it work and take advantage of all that technology and make amazing pictures. And then guess what? Now you're saying, okay, well, you probably discovered that, hey, you've learned all the details of that, and now you're getting a dedicated astro camera because it's easier to set up, right? It's much easier to set up. That so you've learned the hard things, and you've learned all the things that you want to optimize, and then your workflow is built around it, and then you continue the enjoyment to make it better and better. And that's the same. Like I say, I've learned before, you know, with the go-to mounts, you know, when they had the evolution mount that I used before, the Celestron Evolution, that was a breakthrough.
It's amazing.
It's an amazing piece of equipment. It's a beautiful piece of equipment. It allows you to do go-to. It has Wi-Fi, all that stuff built in. Now it's like, okay, so I built a workflow that really helped. And I leveraged that, and I was able to get up to 30-second exposures. And now applying that same, now with the Exus 2 with the PMC8 is basically
you are going to
applying
have
it to the equatorial, right? Now I have an
sure,
equatorial
maybe your single exposure, it will be maybe something like
2 minutes,
three or
three
more.
Yeah,
I use it with that 3 minutes. I don't use more because maybe the temperature of the CMOS is not great for using, or I use, and now the picture of Antares, but not Antares only, this camera, we saw that this and this camera have the same sensor. It's the
Yes.
Sony 224 MXC, I think, 224, sorry. And they are both, this one are for the manufacturer from China, Sibony, I don't know, CF, I think that is Sibony is the name, and this is the SWVO, yeah. And but it's the same in for QHE and the same sensor from Sony. They sold you the camera only for planetary use, but when you can start to use for deep sky image, work really very well from the city. You know, the picture that I used today to show tonight, sorry, to show the background stars was all at maybe 9.50, and it's only 24 image of 5 seconds. It's nothing. And
exactly,
when you think in a planetary camera that you can do, you only choose change from the AVI video to, well, you know, camera and Maxi, you are a specialist in that, but I'm talking to explain to the
people. I have a PhD
say,
for
come
that.
on, you're only you're change only from AV video file to TIFF file, and change only the gain, the exposure from milliseconds to maybe 5 or 30 seconds, and the camera not cooled, work like a CCD much better because it's, come on, 2 megapixels.
Yeah,
this was I had the first Santa Barbara Instruments as big cameras. Scott, do you remember?
Wow. Yeah, those were really expensive.
Yes, and black and white, but I remember my first CCD camera was 320 by 240.
Yes, 320 by 200. Yeah, exactly.
And all
VGA.
that,
it was tiny.
Absolutely, yes.
It was hard to get something on the chip. You know,
sure, and only all that cameras. When the people told me no, I use filter wheel. In the past, the only way to make a color picture, a horrible color picture, was use the filter wheel, because the cameras don't have the Bayer. There was a one-shot color. I remember the first one that we sold in Buenos Aires was a Revolution. An English brand. First, I don't remember the brand, because we import that from England, and was one-shot color. Wow. But in the 1998, do you remember, maybe, Scott?
Wasn't that long ago, really?
Come on, the Revolution. Yes, but no more than 640 by 480. This was the all resolution, and with Meyer, the Bayer matrix. Come on, but the people was happy with that.
Yes, right.
Well, you know, and you know what's going to happen, Cesar. Actually, I was just watching some other shows about planetary imaging, and actually even deep sky. I think with like planetary nebula, very bright objects. You can do, you want to actually have lucky imaging. You want to start to take very quick exposures with, you know, with a very sensitive CCD. So I can imagine, even for fainter objects or fainter features, you know, definitely on planets, but even extended objects. If you want to see detail because of seeing conditions, you want to actually do very high sampling rate. And do lucky imaging and doing stacking on that. The challenge, of course, is of course getting enough light and enough photons. But so you're doing integration of time versus versus well depth and stuff. So, but they're getting there. I mean, more and more, you know, these are aftermarket camera. I think, you know, Scott, you've mentioned this before. We're reusing cameras that are used for the security industry, for you know, commercial. This is not astronomy cameras. These are we're kind of leveraging the technology.
It's the only way we can do it,
other markets.
because we need cameras that are not, you know, that are not $10,000 or $20,000. We need cameras that are hundreds of dollars or a few $1,000s, you know. So
yes,
Absolutely,
the
yes.
whole exercise is you know, whether you're camera manufacturer for the amateur astronomy community or a telescope manufacturer, is to take really technology that was developed, really cost, I mean, when it first was developed, cost lots of money. And I think of the technology that was applied to the Palomar 200-inch, you know, which cost, some of it, the instruments cost millions of dollars. Now that's reduced down to, you know, technology that amateur astronomers use that is very affordable. So we, you know, the whole discipline for amateur telescope makers and amateur astronomical gear is to take, you know, 7-figure technology and boil it down to technology or equipment and gear that can cost just a few $1,000s or a few $100s, so that you know, this community can use it and take things to the next level, you know, and that's what they do. So
yep,
Yes.
yeah, it's very cool. Yeah, no, it's
not always easy.
yeah. So
Hi, Mike.
Hello.
Mike Peoples. Okay, Mike.
Hello.
This is, I think this is your first time to be on our global start party. It's
All
great
right.
to have you. It's
Hey,
great
Mike.
to have you.
Yeah, I've been under the weather for the last like 2.5 years.
Yeah,
Finally getting back to it.
that's awesome. Mike
Yes,
has been a figure at the Northeast Astronomy Forum quite a bit. Also the imaging conference that happens there at you know, the Northeast Astro Imaging Conference that they have. He's also a very advanced astrophotographer, and you know, and has been in our industry for, I don't know, 30 years, something like that. So quite a long time.
Yeah, it's been around there, 35 probably.
35, yeah. So yeah, so it's great to have you on. You know, it's good to see another friend on our program. It's awesome.
Yeah, we're all getting old together, Scott. We're all getting
We'll
old
have
together.
to start start to see some images through your observatory when the clouds clear sometime. So
Do you see this?
So Mike, what?
absolutely, yeah. NGC
All right.
3628, right?
What happened to it?
Nice.
It went
The
down.
hamburger
And Leo.
the galaxy.
Wonderful. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
One
What
of the
this
Leo
is
triplet. Beautiful.
this was taken, I guess, about 6-7 years ago in New Mexico skies. And it's the hamburger, part of Leo 3O. And, you know, I just reprocessed it through PixInsight and Photoshop. And I came across something what I found very interesting is there's 6 quasars in the galaxy, on the outside of the galaxy going around them.
Oh, wow.
If you see them, I don't know if I can blow it up anymore, but
Here, let me.
there you go.
If you're watching this, bring your screen up to, you know, full screen, and yeah, you can see them. Wow, they're really faint, but they're definitely
Right.
there.
Look at the distance. A giga light year is 1 billion light years.
Man,
Wow.
And these are 10 billion
Wow.
to 10.5 billion light years away.
yeah.
I was astonished. But the thing is, if I tried it here in Pennsylvania, I won't see that. The image is kind of distorted because I blew it up. It was taken with an Epsilon 180, you know, wide field astrograph with a 40D modified camera. It wasn't a CCD, it was a modified Canon.
A DSLR. Wow.
DSLR. And but the sky conditions mean everything. This is on top of the hill, Mayhill, New Mexico, 8,000 feet up. And this is what you get when you have good skies. But like I say, I could not believe these quasars were in the image. They're all
Yeah,
new.
it's amazing.
Yeah, there's a galaxy right in here too that's 2.2 billion light years away.
Oh man.
I mean, but this is some jets they say coming out of here, and there's a couple papers written on this by some observatory that came up with the findings of all these quasars. That's where I got it off a webpage. I couldn't believe it. I
Holy
just wanted to
smokes.
see if they were there, but like in your data, you don't know what you have until you do some research on it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and that's a good lesson because you may have old images that you haven't paid attention to in a long time, but the data's there.
I mean, I was in a state of shock because I hear people saying that it took them 2 days to take an image of a quasar in Ursa Major, and turns out, there was this was 16 30-second images, an hour and a half. That's all this was.
Oh wow! So it's not like one of these super deep
No,
50-hour exposures.
It was not a deep image. It's just the seeing conditions.
The
whole thing is the seeing conditions. That's the key. So
beautiful.
I just wanted to share that with you.
No, it's very cool. It's very cool.
Really amazing. I look at the galaxy at the right image.
Yeah, these are PGCs, I think. There's two here. There's another one over here somewhere.
There's one. Yeah, there's like an
here.
yes,
another. Wow, two.
Wow, they're all over the place.
Yes.
These are all PGC galaxies.
Wow,
I love that.
I think some years, 500 million light years away. There's
100
another
million.
one, 250. But see here, there's all galaxies all around this image.
Yes.
With an old 10-year-old Canon 40D.
Yeah. So
what
people say, well, how
used...
powerful is your telescope? Well, it's powerful enough to see billions of light years away and actually record data. So
exactly.
Who else? Wow. What telescope do you use the mic?
I have numerous scopes. I use depends what I want to do. I have an Explorer 125. I got a 101, a 100 from Explorer. I have I did a lot of supernova stuff. So I have 14 inches, 11s, and 12-inch LX200s I use if I'm doing, either minor planets or, supernova stuff. I use the bigger scopes. And I use Apogee backlit, 1K by 1K U47 cameras.
Wow. Nice.
And I have
Nice,
SK.
really nice.
Well, two telescopes only.
But this
I have a 101 in the observatory, and I'm using an ST2000 XM. I had for years, so it still works. I use it.
Still works. Yeah.
Great.
But I got clouded out. Otherwise, I'll still be in the observatory. Now it's clear again, but I'm not going back in. So.
Yeah.
But I just want to share this image with you guys because
Michael, thank you, man.
Don't know what you can get in an image.
Yes.
That's right.
Exactly. Sometimes when you do a picture of course what are you taking, but then when you realize what is behind it, and you start to wondering what is beyond, and what are those things, and start to go to maps, and you realize in this case they are quasars.
Yeah, well, I think they look like stars.
Exactly.
And that's why I was so amazed by it. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
What's interesting about the quasars too? I remember seeing. I visually was observing 3C273, and I was talking to one of my friends who was a professional astronomer at Palomar, and I said, "Yeah, but it just looked like a faint blue tiny star," and he said, "Yeah, that's what they look like in the 200-inch telescope too. They're so far away. They're so far away that you don't get any size to them. You're just seeing the light of these things,
Incredible.
So,
I'm gonna try. I'm looking for the original image that I blew it up from. It's somewhere on Facebook. I just gotta look for it. When I find it, I'll copy it and put it on a link.
Sure.
Yeah, but you guys can continue talking and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
I find it.
That's
But
You know,
again,
I
that was a 6-inch astrograph, right?
No, it's a 180, so 7 point something, 7.9.
Oh, 7 point. Okay,
Yeah.
so 7
Wow.
point. Wow, but still, that's incredible. And well, that's it. Just goes to show you, like you say, if you have some steady seeing, you can really see those faint stellar objects way far away. That's
Yeah,
beautiful.
that's the thing.
Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, definitely unbelievable seeing conditions, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
So Michael, what is your favorite thing to image? Is it galaxies, or what do you really like?
I like nebulas and galaxies.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Keeps-
galaxies, you know, I've seen so many galaxies a part of the supernova search, and you know, I still love looking at them, and that's my my dream is galaxies.
Yeah.
But nebulas look, you know, I like nebulas too, but you know, I don't get any of the southern objects where I live because it's all tree lined. So I gotta, you know, look mostly to the east and to the zenith and north, and that's about all I get. Yeah, I found the image. I'm just gonna post it. Hang on, I just gotta look for it again. Copy, save image. Okay.
Yeah.
Find the same spot where I had it. And this image is cropped too, so because you know it's an astrograph, so I think it's a under 3 focal length is what it has. So and that was Steve Pastor's astrograph up in Mayhill, New Mexico. You know, he's not. I don't know if you guys are familiar where Mike and Lynn Rice have their observatory.
No.
no.
Yeah, it's up in Mayhill over there. New Mexico skies. If you ever do a search.
Well, I've heard of that.
Yeah,
Sure.
that's Steve is on the other side of where they are. He moved up there, retired up there. He was a polymer engineer, a chemist, and he retired and he moved over. And you know, astronomy was one of his loves, and he moved out to New Mexico. I guess about 15 years ago.
Okay.
Which is, you know, that's the ultimate dream to do. But you know, you become a hermit up on those mountains. You know, there's nothing around you. So
That's true.
let's see here, documents.
That's true.
Okay, let's see if I can share it with you guys now.
So Cesar, your son, just wanted to, I didn't mention it last week, but that was fantastic. Your son's presentation last week and the images of the Lagoon Nebula, that was really nice, Cesar.
Yeah, sure. He have his own ideas about astrophotography, and you know, it's oh great,
Nice. Yeah.
Oh,
That's the Leo.
nice,
Yeah, right
Mike.
there.
Yeah,
Beautiful,
that's Leo 3-0,
beautiful.
but the field actually went all the way out
Leo
here.
triplet.
Yeah, to here.
wow.
So, and I just blew this galaxies up. I blew the other ones up too. So if you ever go on my Facebook page, you see some of the stuff that I do over there. It goes right here. Oh, that's the wife.
Is that the same image?
Yes.
Just
Oh no, yeah.
you just cropped it?
Yeah, this is the other images. I pulled them out to give some detail.
Wow.
You know, 65 and 66, and that's the galaxy without any of the stuff on there.
Ah, yes.
So,
So you got each one of them, but the actual original shot was all 3, right?
that's correct. Yes.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, and I
That's a
pulled-
really good resolution. I mean,
Yeah,
to be able to
that's-
crop it and still have this, that's really,
Yeah, that's why I
really
say it's a little noisy when you crop them. You know, you pick up all that noise, but still, it's still a good image. So
Yeah.
I guess if I tried it here in the east, you probably can't even make out a star or something because our noise is, you know, just terrible over here.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Mike, you're going to have to join us more often.
I
Mike Peoples has a million stories
Oh, yeah, I can tell
in
you
astronomy, so Mike, you're going to have to join us more often. Hey, Jeff, how are you doing, man?
Oh, Jeff. All right. Hey.
Hi, good night.
Good to see you.
Hi, Jeff.
All right.
Good night, Jeff. Good night.
Right.
Hey, I'm doing pretty good.
Good to see you.
Hi, Jeff.
Night, Jeff. Good night.
Yeah, I think you're watching on Facebook or something. So you have to turn that off or turn down the audio on that other computer, Jeff.
Did that fix it?
That
I
fixes
think,
it.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
Otherwise,
All
we
right.
get the audio loop here.
Mike, Maxi, Cesar.
Hi, Jeff.
Can't quite remember. How do I share my image
Okay, so
with the
if it's on the same computer that you're on Zoom with, you just hit the share button, which is there you go.
Yeah.
And then so now you're sharing your whole desktop, okay? If you want to just pull up the app that's taking the image, you can do that.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful.
Where did
There you
it
go.
though? Why would it go? Auto reset. Why would it do that?
Because you're sharing live, that's why.
Yeah.
Just make sure it's still working because I'll get another image in a few minutes.
Yeah.
The Murphy law.
But why would it disappear when I shared?
Um,
Oh, well.
try unsharing and just select the specific app. When you go to the share menu, you'll see the desktop, you'll see, yeah, okay, there you go. You should be able to get it.
I wonder if it just automatically saved. Let me just see. Process stacked. Oh, well. Let's see what this is. It was beautiful. No,
I can imagine.
how about I come back or just give me 5 minutes because that's how long it'll take for this
Yeah,
one.
we can wait 5 minutes. That's no problem.
We can still talking about foods
yeah.
or stars.
Right. Now,
Well,
Jeff, what are you taking an image of?
This is the Lagoon Nebula.
Lagoon. Okay.
I wandered all around, was checking out various globular clusters and the like. And I just ended up on the lagoon and I did a hydrogen alpha image and it was gorgeous.
Yeah, that's cool.
3 5-minute images and they just disappeared right.
If you let me, I can show you my Lagoon Nebula that I did last weekend.
Sure.
I gotta open back up my.
And Pekka has joined us here.
All
Hi,
right.
Pekka.
Hey,
Hi,
Pekka.
Pekka.
Here's the MH that I took last week.
Oh man, that's beautiful. It's nice.
Great.
Yeah, that's nice.
Nice.
Awesome.
It's amazing the edge and the core, how we see it, all the nebulosity, and they are floating in there. This is fantastic.
Yeah, what's beautiful about this picture, Maxi, is the colors, the color depth, and
Yes.
and the texture, and you have those dark nebulae. Those are I love that. And then right to the edge, like you say, just fantastic, nice. The color, especially the green in the middle.
Yeah.
And only there was 45 minutes of stacking.
Where was
I
it?
love seeing all those dark nebulosity knots that are in there.
Where was that taken from?
From Chivilcoy, Buenos Aires province.
Oh, Buenos Aires. Okay, Argentina.
Argentina, exactly. And in Bortle 6 or 7, maybe.
Yeah, James
And-
stole territory from the AAVSO.
Excuse me?
I said Jamie. He lives down there.
Jaime.
Yeah.
Jaime
My
Gonzalez.
friend.
Jaime.
No,
We call him Jamie
Garcia.
up
No,
there,
no.
yeah.
Jaime Garcia.
Jaime
Yeah,
Garcia.
Garcia,
Mike,
yes.
yes. I
He's
think
from
that
Córdoba.
no, my friend Mike knows to Jaime Garcia because with Jaime we make the San Rafael Star Parties, and we received in 2010 the ABSO meeting, spring meeting in our autumn, and we make together star party of our star party with the ABSO spring meeting. A lot of people from United States and England came to our star party. It was amazing. I don't remember if Mike, you
No, I
never
wasn't
came to.
there. I knew Jamie.
To
I mean, not Jamie. I knew Mr. Garcia from when he was at
Jaime Garcia,
Jaime,
yes, my friend
AAVSO.
Jaime Garcia.
Yeah, I knew.
I
when he
can
was at
invite.
AAVSO.
Yeah,
And he used to be a customer of mine when I worked at Pocono, also. So.
yeah, yes. Jaime was honorable president of the ABSO. I don't remember the years, but near to the 2010. Yeah, yes. I can invite to Jaime to this star party.
Yeah.
Yeah, please
Yeah.
do.
Yeah, I can do it. Yes.
What you guys need to do, if you can come up, if we ever have it again, go to the imaging conference in New York.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm sure you will.
Yeah, one day.
Sure you will. Pekka, how are you today?
Pekka. Right.
Of course that well,
can you hear us, Pekka?
Can't hear you.
Hi, Pekka. How are you? Can you hear us?
Can you hear us, Pekka? No.
I think he can't.
Hello, Pekka.
Jeff, where are you from?
I'm from Northern California. I'm in.
Okay. Oh, well, the fires are.
West Coast, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Jesus.
It's just getting dark here right now.
Right now.
Yeah. It's amazing.
9:30. I do have it. I could try. Scott, how to zoom.
I think Pekka
Something
has
is something noisy, but I don't know where.
There we go.
Yeah.
No, it's not coming from Pekka.
From Cameron?
Not from Jeff. Not from me.
looks like something for astronauts, you know.
Maybe we're
Looks
capturing.
like space
out there in the
communication
distance.
from spacemen. Houston, we have a problem.
Sounds like we're being invaded.
I try to
Okay, don't hear it no more. Up there it goes.
It's some sort of echo of our voices. So.
Yes, but it's very.
It's from the International Space Station, maybe the communication.
Maybe. They're trying to communicate with us.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it goes. No.
No.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't know. Okay.
Here, I'll mute myself and see if it goes.
I tried to.
And there it goes. I think Cameron.
You're saying when I mute?
Yes.
No,
No.
but
when you mute, stop this, I think, because the noise in the graph of in the square of the Zoom screen, the noise gives points to you, and I think that's what maybe have some bad connection. I don't know.
Oh,
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh,
I start the noise again.
It's back,
yeah,
Cameron.
okay, I'll stay muted unless, yeah, okay.
Cameron, please shut up. Yeah, it's a joke.
Yeah, it's Cameron. I don't know what's wrong. First time. Well, Jeff, were you able to get your image of the lagoon?
No, you're on
Jeff,
mute,
you
Jeff.
are muted somehow.
But it's not muted.
But you're not muted. Yeah, your
No.
microphone's not on.
Pekka, Cameron, Jeff.
How does Zoom work if you have multiple monitors?
Yeah.
It's tricky. I use one
Yeah.
monitor. I do.
I have it on the same monitor as everything else. I'm going to try and share again.
Yeah. There it is.
Wow.
Whoa.
Beautiful.
There it is.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Okay.
So nice. So nice.
Awesome. That is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
5-minute images, hydrogen alpha. And what I thought I'd do is just take a sulfur and an oxygen just so you guys could see what the different ones look like. I know, Matt, some of you know, this is all new to me. I just got this narrowband stuff. So I thought I'd take a couple pictures of the lagoon while I could, because I only get it for about an hour.
Oh, at least you get it. I get nothing.
Really? Where are you, Mike?
I'm in Pennsylvania, in the Poconos.
Too far north or the trees?
Trees. I got 100-foot pine trees behind me.
Oh,
To the
God.
south.
So anyways, I switch to sulfur or oxygen and take another image and see what it looks like. What do you think?
Cool.
No,
Nice.
I think it's amazing. The nebulosity that it doesn't see in, and I think when you're going to get stuck the images, it will be a very good image. Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
What camera are you using?
This is the ASI 6200 manual.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
Nice.
That's the APS-C size, right?
So this is full
Full frame.
on a Stellar V 152,
It's nice.
3 nanometer chroma filter.
Yeah, I got chromas too.
Wow.
But
I have to buy a comma corrector to my F4 because I have a comma corrector to my to a F5 that I used to have, and realized that when I get to the flat plane, the spikes it comes when I get focused. The spike comes like 2 of the spike, and I think I will have to still buying things. My wife is very happy.
Well, unfortunately, the hobby always buy things. You continue buying.
Yes, this is my wallet. It's on fire, unfortunately.
I could image something else if you can think of something that's worth looking at, if anybody's interested in anything, because at least I have clear skies.
Oh,
which is rare. What's worth pointing it at next? Any suggestions?
You are in the Northern Carolina, so no, I don't know
Northern
too
California.
much deep sky object from there.
Oh,
Yes.
look, that's M8. I'm gonna lose it.
Go for Crescent Nebula in 6888 in Cygnus.
8,
6888.
3/8.
Yeah, 3/8.
Okay, it's on it.
All right. That's awesome, Jeff. Yeah, I must say that's a very clean, what a beautiful low noise image you can take there because of the combination of the obviously the high-end camera, but also the filtering really brings the noise down. So you have really nice data to work with. Beautiful.
My yard is surrounded by lights. How's it? I mean, it's bright here. It's Bortle 9, but these filters really.
Yeah, you're doing really good.
Yeah, narrow bands are not affected by the lights.
Yeah, I've
Yeah.
never.
I think sulfur is affected with the moon, I think. One of them, or oxygen, one of them are.
Well,
Yeah.
it's gonna take a bad image right now because the telescope moved. So I'm just gonna stop this, and we'll come back to that crescent in a few minutes. How long do you think I need? A minute, 2, 3? What do you think?
Probably 5.
I think 3 will be okay. I think.
It's
Oh,
okay.
that'll be plenty. Yeah. You can do 1 minute already, but but 3 minutes will give it a full structure.
okay.
Should give it. Yeah, that'd be good.
And should I do it in hydrogen alpha or luminance?
HA.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Yes.
all set for
Yeah, if you do illuminate, you're not going to see too much.
3
with a
minutes.
3-minute exposure.
I'll stop share.
And also, if you are in a board of 9, it will be very.
Yeah, I would show you a wide field of the lagoon. With a digital SLR and 180 millimeter lens.
Say what your equipment was again. I didn't quite hear that.
Well, this was a Canon
Whoa.
40D and a 180 millimeter Nikon lens.
Wow.
80
Whoa.
lens. Okay. So
Unbelievable. What an explosion of color.
what do we think
Absolutely.
the field of
Populars here. But it's still, needs some work.
how many degrees do you think we're seeing?
It's
Oh.
got to be at least a couple because you got the
Oh, yeah.
you got both of them in there. Plus, you got all these star clusters in here too. You got 3 star clusters in here. I think there's another one somewhere over here.
That looks like a painting. It doesn't look real.
Yeah, it was done in Cherry Springs, Pennsylvania. It's a dedicated site for astronomers. It's towards the central part, north central part of Pennsylvania. It's dark skies there. It's darkest in Pennsylvania.
Gotcha. Gorgeous.
Yeah, well, my skies used to be like that in the Poconos. Then everybody from New York and New Jersey moved in, and they're afraid of the bears, and the lights go on.
Now, is that a color camera or?
Yes, it's a color camera.
Okay.
It's a Canon 40D.
So that means
Or-
colors are
It's modified too, this one.
Yeah, I use a modified camera, but I never took that picture. Yeah,
yeah, beautiful.
I call to the customer service of Canon and say, my Canon don't make that.
Well, the new one should. I mean, the
But
60 DAs or the Rs, they should be able to do that.
Yeah, I
You gotta
use
get a good lens. Oh, that's beautiful.
beautiful.
This is with the Nikon D80. that I
Cesar,
did.
Cesar, did you know that there is a saying that this is from early 19s? It was in Sweden. If somebody can, Canon can.
Yes. Canon, one thing I can tell you about Canon, dealing with Canon over the years, first of all, I worked for Adorama for 13 years, and I was a co-founder of the Imaging Conference in New York. And one thing I can tell you, Canon never turned us down. Canon is for astronomy. Nikon, I asked them numerous times and they always turned me down. And the new stuff they came out with, now they want to get involved in astronomy, but they always pushed astronomers aside because we weren't a big enough market to them, according to what they told
I
us.
have 600Ds,
Yes.
and I will probably in the early years from now on, I haven't even thought to change. I have 2 full modified. I have one with AUFS filter. That's astro modified. So it has a. I can also use EF lenses to get focus, but with full modified, it's a little bit harder. It's tricky to get focus with lenses, but with telescope, no problems.
Yeah, well, Canon, not Canon, Adorama has adapters where you can put different company lenses on a Canon camera. Like I say, I use Nikon 180 millimeter f2.8 fixed, and I use it's an autofocus, but you lose the autofocus. And I have a 300 millimeter f.
But you also lose your focus because you will take 2. It's plain. It's a naked sensor with full modified.
Yeah, if I use backyard EOS and I zoom it up 10 times, and I can come to a really good focus with it.
Even with with telescope, yes, but not with lenses, ordinary lenses.
No, I use it with a lens. I twist it. It's the lens
full modified.
Yeah. It's with that adapter, you can use a modified lens because it extends it a little bit more.
Yeah,
because
because
it's not going to hit.
I have full modified, and because when you take off those, first of all, there is an UV-IR filter. Then it's the corrector plate after that. When you take both, the light cone don't reach in right angle like it should be. Therefore, when you do a full modified, you should put one clear lens.
Yeah, okay.
Direct after sensor. You lose
focus.
Yeah, you can't focus anymore.
Right.
You lose the focus. But when you're shooting with telescope, okay, then why should you fully modified if you are going to not to use with telescope? That's a question.
No, it depends if you want to do a wider field of view with stuff.
Yeah, I asked Molly if I buy some young 135 f2, and if I gonna get some problem because she has used, but she used it with Nikon, and I want to be sure that my Canon 600D will have focus with some young 135.
Yeah, see, my T3Is is what I use a lot. None of those are modified, but the 40D is modified.
Yeah, that's the best thing you can do for a camera.
Yeah.
After throwing it on the wall, but
I mean they're cheap too. You can get remanufactured ones for like $250, less than that. So.
Here you can have one. I bought my latest with 900 exposures for $200. Yeah. So here they are, like from that price up to what there was latest. He wanted to have $1,200.
Yeah. Where do you live?
I asked, what?
Where do you live?
Sweden.
Sweden. Okay, cool.
Sweden. So now I'm trying to log into. I'm in phone right now, Scott.
You're
because
where?
I have in my PC.
Oh,
I have to remove one Windows update very quickly because the new Windows don't like me.
Yeah, how did that
So-
image come out?
Every time it installs the newest one, it will put the one file that my computer don't like at all.
That's nice.
And I have spoken with that with them 2 times already. So they have a bug, but they not in
Whoa.
Windows, not in Windows.
Look at that.
That's nice.
Nicely framed. Man,
Oh.
look at that. Do you see
Hold
that?
on, Scott, for me. I will manage this.
Yeah, you got it though.
It's there. Unfortunately,
Look at that.
I take 10-minute exposure
Double
to
crescent.
really get it to stop popping. You know?
2 3-minute exposures.
Yeah, I know you did 3, but I usually use 10 to 20 minutes on HA.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and you can do the same thing with the other filters too.
I might try a couple at a little longer exposure then.
What mount do you have?
Excuse me?
What telescope mount do you have?
It's a 10 micron. This is the 2000. Can you see that?
Yeah, it's nice.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's got
Yeah.
Enough telescopes on there.
That's the
Yes, it does. Wow.
manual way to do what Gary was showing us.
Yeah, I got 1, 2, 3, 4. You got 5 CCDs on it.
Yeah, here's the Explorer Scientific 127,
Wow.
and this is a Quantum 127,
Okay.
and then
Got
three,
an incredible rig there. That's amazing.
and they're all set up with either Quartz or the Quantum has its own. But I just finished building this a couple days ago, and I'm going to start testing and aligning it. But at some point, Scott, during the day, I'd
Mhm.
like to do some solar.
Yeah. We can do, if you'd like, we can have a broadcast where you're demonstrating this if you'd like.
Once I learn how to work it, I'll let you know.
Okay.
That's awesome. I love it.
It might,
That's a deal.
might not want to cooperate. Now, okay, I'm going to stop sharing and change my exposure.
Well, guys, it's kind of late here, and I have to work in a couple of hours. So,
All right, Maxi. Thank you.
Hey, Maxi.
You have a good night.
thank you, everyone. And it's a pleasure to be here. Well, I hope to see you again next Tuesday.
Yeah.
Maxi, we didn't have any time
Great.
to have fun, but next week I will try to get a little bit. I slept over.
Yeah,
So,
It's late for Pekka too. I know.
we are
Early.
humans. We are humans,
Yeah.
so
I
we
have
need to
a-
sleep.
Yeah, because I have an
now
X-ray
very
this
often
morning.
we forgot to sleep because we love the night, but
Yeah.
some kind
not- This time I had not that excuse, so
Always
that's why
excuse.
I don't have that excuse that it has been a clear night, but I have some other issues. But I just wanted to show you one video. I can show it for you if you hear the voice. Let's see, because I
Don't go to sleep, Maxi.
go to sleep, Max. Yeah. Let's see if I can.
Don't sleep now, Maxi.
no. I will wait for a minute. See it.
I'm going to the lap. I will go to the laptop and log in. from
Tomorrow,
there.
Maxi's customers, don't ask him.
Let's see.
Maxi
if I-
works in a computer shop, so
Yeah.
all kinds of technical questions.
Yeah.
Well, the last week I slept only 3 hours, and
Oh
no, well, when Cesar with Arias Rodriguez and Sebastián Jeremías, I went to.
Yes, I know.
We went
know that.
to a farm road at the Sunday at the afternoon, and we stayed there almost 3 a.m. And I had to come to my home, and I get almost 4:20 a.m. and I slept 3 hours because I have to work at the Monday, and my brain was so like a stone. Of course, I had to attend the customers, and
It's rough.
I was waiting for the month to the middle of the day, because I had to my home. I think I didn't lunch because I went to sleep a couple from 1.5 hours, and then go back to my work. We cut at the middle of the day. It's like a religion here to do that.
Yeah.
No, where in Buenos Aires? Not.
No, in Buenos Aires, no. In the small towns, the nap
is religious in the nap, but not in Buenos Aires. We don't know who is the nap.
No.
It's a nightmare here.
Maybe 40 minutes, an hour, or maybe 2 hours if you have the possibility. But the nap is the nap in the small town in Argentina.
So it's advantage that we don't have in the city.
But you cut the job very early. You can
Never.
go to home.
No, never.
Oh,
no, yes, but no. We are open now from 9 to 6 p.m. And we are going to 7. Next week, maybe we are going to close at 7 p.m. because we have more light. And normally my entire life in my store, we work it from 9 to 20 to 8 p.m.
8 p.m.
Yeah, and only 8 p.m. Yeah.
So
Now,
7-hour day in the store.
by the pandemic situation, we are. Yeah, because we are optician. It's really different. I don't work the entire day with telescope. I mix making contact lenses, making another thing that is more complicated. That is because I am optometrist too. I work with people that have a macula problem, rebuilding their knowledge of how to read again, making special glasses, loops, lenses, special lenses. It's great when the people can read it again. It's very kind because the people is really normally it's old people that lose part of their central vision, their maculas, with the peripheric vision is still working. Something actually, I have customers in the both sides of low visions, yes, and astronomy. And this is very interesting because I choose her the eyepiece because we are started talking how the peripheric vision that this woman have, and it's a young woman that he lose their central vision in their own maculas, but she can or be able to see, that all in astronomy we use the peripheric vision for very fine nebulas or very
galaxies. Yes.
Oh, absolutely, and this is very interesting because she's blind in their central vision, but she have able to see with the peripheric vision some nebulas and galaxies by telescope.
Wow.
And maybe she have very, very, very big problems to read, but she is able to see very, very fine galaxies or, clusters or it's very interesting because when I choose IPs for her, or we are start to talking about the vision or the screen, everything. For example, I choose the Explorer Star application because he's really able to see that because it's very easy to see the points or the buttons that she can choose. It's very interesting. It's the first time that I work with both what things together, because all time I'm working with people that lose central vision. Normally the people, sorry that I talking about this, lose the central vision for macular tears and macular disease, sorry, and for glaucoma they lose the peripheric vision. They are going to see in a very narrow area. But this time I'm very concerned with the kind of when you choose from your telescope, you choose eyepiece. It's not only magnification, if not the field, and especially the eyes relief for people that have macula. It's very important. It's interesting how two different things work together, and how can something like eyepiece can be helpful for people that have this kind of disease. Sorry.
Interesting.
You are the Carroll size of Argentina.
I'm not, but I'm really happy to be helpful with this kind of this, because when you work with something of healthy, and especially
that helps everyone.
They help. Yes. It's every day it's important. Of course, that tomorrow I'll start to attend people very early in the morning, but no, I don't have problem with that, and especially I work with this too, and I really enjoy my work. But unfortunately, I don't work with heavy machines or something that I can have something. I can resolve that with mate or coffee, no problem. Yeah.
Yes.
How do you find time to grind mirrors, Cesar? Don't you have that big shop downstairs full of equipment?
Yes. Maybe we had for many years. We have showrooms in our different stores. Now, actually, we have in our laboratory our area of special things. We have actually a showroom. I have a place for grinding machines, but this is I don't polish or grinding mirrors for commercial use. Actually, if not that, I'm still polishing. I have a draper machine that I have that machine from my 16 years old that I made with my father. I worked the entire summer to buy the parts. And my father helped me, and because I'm studied the technical school, but maybe next time I have videos of the machine grinding the. And it's yes. In weekends, we make with my father. Actually, he has 83 years old. sometimes while we are talking, I the blanket mirrors and start to make, put the esmeril. Actually, I need to prepare the polish.
I'm just glad to hear you're still taking mirror.
Tool, because I am going to polish that blankets are 8 inches actually, and I have blankets of Pyrex to start to make a 12 inches mirror with a thick of 3 inches. But it's a hobby for me actually.
Make mirrors for Scott.
I work professionally in, yes, but actually only I saw Explore Scientific in Buenos Aires and another brands. But it's a great job. But it's mixed with all entire day is mixed with that is wow.
It's a huge
between telescope
letter
and,
E.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Nebula.
Getting better. Yeah.
Yeah.
Filling out.
That's
Hey, you're starting to get the finer details now.
Yeah.
How was 10 minutes or 20?
Look at that. You're getting the full structure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Tomorrow we can see that image finished and say, okay, I see burning that.
Yes, see it live. That is really cool. Thanks,
Nice.
Jeff. That's
Yeah.
really neat.
Yeah,
Wow.
Beautiful,
Really neat. Nicely
beautiful setup. Yeah.
And that's using, obviously you have the full array there, but you're using just one of the scopes with one of the filters.
Yeah,
is that right?
For deep sky, I just have the 152 set up. As I move forward, once I figure out that array, I'm actually going to put mono cameras on the Explorer 127 and one of the 102s, so I can shoot those at night.
Yes.
Also, I want to shoot as much as I can. You know what I mean? Keep them busy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's awesome.
It
because then
already
you can
looks
parallel
busy.
process. I mean, basically, yeah. No, I mean, you've captured. I mean, what you've done there is you parallel processing, and then you're going to be, you save the time, so you essentially have the equivalent of a super duper one-shot color camera, except you don't have any Bayer matrix issue. You have all the filtering, the tight filters. You get all the sweet, beautiful things. Obviously, it's a complex setup, but each one is simple in itself, right? You've made it dedicated and redundant. So that's it's really neat. I like the approach. It's really cool.
Seems to be just a little ahead of me. So whatever idea I get, I'm able to do it. It's kind of remarkable. I want to get the 3 102s each with a mono camera and a different filter, so I can do narrow band with all 3 at once of the same object.
Yeah.
And save time.
Totally.
Yeah.
So I can get 3 images simultaneous. What were you saying,
Brilliant.
Cesar?
I can.
No, sorry.
I can feel the enthusiasm and the flame burning there to want to catch some photos. I do have also those feelings, but in Stockholm, if you see sun for an hour, you are happy. We have had terrible weather again for a month.
Oh.
The sun would
yeah.
be very low, I would think.
Sun, it's going lower and lower, and in December it's like it goes up like southeast and as high as like I think 18-20 degrees, and but we got dark skies then. So but right now We have had 2 clear nights, but I have some issues, and I haven't like feel it to. There is more thing than clear sky and gear that I do astronomy. I have to have that feeling. It's come from my bottom of my stomach, and the butterflies has to be released before I take a scope in my hand, because it's useless for me to make visual if I don't feel that. I have some videos where I make meditation, but sometimes you just don't get it, and then you shouldn't, because you probably make it reversed feeling. You get antimateria instead of materia. So I'm like, I have had 2 clear skies, and I just sat on my couch, a new couch, and looked for Jupiter, with only eyes. I can show you if you want to see my new observatory when there was a government change, and regulations was made for new ones. So I am a president of Cesar Observatory now.
All right. That's great,
Do you
Pekka.
want to see the gears?
Yes.
You bet.
Okay, let's take a round trip. Okay, now we are going to the main. I'm doing an backup computer for my because you never know what happens. Here is my GCX mount under. Let's grab it off.
There's no way we can expand one of these little images, right, Scott? The like Pekka square.
I think what you can do, Jeff, is you have to swipe it to the left to get to the main screen. So I think you're looking at the audience screen.
Can you see that?
Try swiping.
Camera, can you see something?
Yeah.
I can
Okay.
see. Yes.
I can see.
Yeah.
I can see Pekka the mount. Do you resolve the programs of the mount?
Do I?
Is working again the mount, because
it
okay.
has this. It has this. Can you see it?
Yes.
And I don't know what this is, but
this is terrible. Yes, I understand that you told me one time, because it's the difference between the CX, GXL, yes. This is the biggest one.
No, this is.
But I don't know. Okay. It's not the L. Okay.
No.
But
I wish
you showed me.
That. Yeah.
You showed me once a time. You have a wonderful setup.
This is a computer room, and this is for the backup. And now the expanded area.
Oh.
Yeah. So
all right.
here I'm going to use this with my Newtonian, and this big window can be opened totally, and this is for the visual. I put on this pole head, so I can just lay down and suck it in.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's great.
Through the window. That'll be nice.
What direction did that window face, Pekka?
South.
Okay.
And I have now first time I have some windows for seeing to northern part. I had the video to show, but I don't know. I can get this. My mail is So I have to uninstall that update somehow. There.
So what time is it getting over there, Cesar?
Yeah.
What time is it for you? It's late, right?
Yes,
2:14.
2:50 a.m.
2:15.
Yes, I am going to. Yes, I have many complicated passions for in the morning for especially low vision, and I need to sleep a little bit.
About vision, I saw yesterday a documentary about vision, about how the light cones come into our eyes and how it focus.
Yeah.
And they told that there is younger children from 7 up to 11 years. They can be trained that they can see underwater as good as in the air.
Wow. Yes.
Because the media is different, but they can be trained to see as good, because there are people like species in Vietnam or there in one island that they live like half in the sea and half on the land, and the kids are playing almost all the day in water, and they can dive and find some shells and so on. And if you just train them like 10 days in water, they can read a book up to 2-3 meters.
Wow.
Yes,
Wow.
I read something about this. Something that especially in low vision we work is the cognitive things about the vision. It's not all the physical things about the vision, because the limit of your crystallines, your inner lenses inside your globular eyes, but something that is real is how the brain is reeducated to see again, and especially in low vision disease with maculopathia, how because we don't resolve the problem of the eyes really, because we cannot. I am not surgery, or of course, and not the surgery can resolve the problem of the maculopathia, but how how the with the difference we can the brain of the patients is going to reeducate and going to read again a size of letters and start to read anytime faster, because it's a learning to read again. But it's something that are not really you can make with the eyes. If not, it's your brain.
Yeah,
everything is possible about this.
I learned also about the Scott. I remember I told that we will have a live video show from La Palma Solar Observatory.
Yeah,
and I recorded it, and they recorded it, and now the issue is that they have to contact everybody that has been on that Zoom meeting.
Okay.
Before I can show it to you.
Or you can show, yeah.
For the integrity to
sure.
issues.
There's copyright and privacy issues. So
privacy issues. This one is privacy issues. And my visit to Stockholm Observatory, I haven't heard so much about that yet. But about the Solar Observatory in La Palma, I can tell you that the optics is I was like, whoa. First of all, the lens on the roof is like 0.97 meters, like 970 millimeters.
Okay.
And it's not attached anyway with screws or something. It's only held on place with vacuum.
Huh.
Yes. So the biggest links up there, the optics, are vacuumed. So vacuum holds it on place.
Wow.
And when the beams comes down, if I get my computer, I can show you some pictures. But the funny stuff was that the sensors are optic or active sensors. They take like 200-300 picture of the same spot, and the optics are making like predicting the how it's. Oh, that was so tough for me to understand and tell you. But the fine thing was, the question was how. What's the limit of that scope for solar spots? And he told to us that if you go to the optician, you have to read these letters on row. It's going to be smaller and smaller.
Okay.
The lowest row, if you can see it from 2 meters, you have a good sign. You see good if you can read the lowest row from 2 meters. But this telescope sees the lowest row from 3 kilometers. That's like, is it 5-6 miles?
Yeah. Wow.
And it can like read it.
Amazing.
So that was so amazing that the solar scope. So I have to like maybe just edit it so that nobody of those participates will. I just
we're showing up. Sure.
Yeah, just cut off them and something. But it was really fun to be with them. And he went up, and I thought that there was 2-3 domes, but there are domes everywhere, in Canary Island. They have is it like one the biggest on the world right now, like mirror like 4 meters or
as far as the telescope goes?
Yeah.
The biggest in the world? They are building.
They will build an European. It's gonna be huge. They showed the place already where it's gonna be, and it was like
talking about the ELT, I think, right?
Yeah, European Large Telescope.
Mm-hmm.
No, when I
remember that there was going to be a 39, something like a 39-meter telescope.
Yeah, that one.
Right.
That was exactly the one, and what.
So that's
like 2024 is coming online.
The Gran Telescopio Canarias. Let's see. Currently the world's largest single aperture telescope.
I think it's in Hawaii still.
Oh, there's the Keck telescopes. It's the twin telescopes.
Twin 10 meters.
Yeah. 10-meter telescopes. Hubbell is very large, but this one.
Yeah, one of them is going to have the largest CC in the world. I think that's 4.5 feet or 5 feet. The CCD is going to be
5 feet.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
4 feet or 5 feet. Yeah, one
Huge.
of the guys out in Long Island he's working on that with, I guess, Lawrence Livermore Labs,
Okay.
designing that CCD. I think it's going online next year. Imagine that, how
Holy
big that
smokes.
sensor is.
But what I learned on that trip was how adaptive optics works. They showed that really well.
You know,
Like-
who developed adaptive optics?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking, Jeff, that image of Saturn you're showing in one color, the monochrom, I can imagine if you do multiple channels, RGB, across that array you have, you can do some pretty nifty stuff.
I was looking at Saturn and hydrogen alpha. I didn't even realize I had it set that way. There are some interesting wavelengths out of these planets. I've got a methane filter also I want to try.
Yeah.
Imagine now you're running those in parallel, right? You're taking it, and they're all having their own slightly different, maybe seeing conditions, right? Because you've actually increased the aperture when you're doing that simultaneously. So you can now almost have a miniature adaptive array going on there.
I hadn't thought of that. All I know is a handful to keep aligned, and it's a headache, but I'm going to get it working.
There's this thing, Scott, is it Dragonfly or something like that, right? There's this array. It's something similar to Jeff's. So obviously it's, I think it has 30 scopes or something
yeah.
like that.
Yeah,
I saw when I was at Saratololo, CTIO, during the eclipse, they had some sort of, and Jeff's array of telescopes reminds me of this, but there was this bank of telescopes, and it was all designed to image the sun, but it's, I can't remember how many telescopes it was, like 16 telescopes or something like that.
Yeah, it was a large array.
It was just on it was on a Paramount.
Yep.
Yeah, I think
It might have been called Dragonfly.
Yeah, Dragonfly uses, I think, 300mm lenses, I think.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, they did a talk for us at the imaging conference a couple of years ago. They came
Okay, that's cool. The Dragonfly telescope array. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, 400mm lenses.
Is that what it is? Yeah.
400mm.
Like camera lenses, right?
Yes, that's what they are. I think they're Canons.
Canon lenses. That's a fairly expensive setup.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll share that with the website with the audience.
1 year at Adorama, a customer came in to buy a 300mm f2.8 Canon lens.
The fluorite lenses?
Yeah, it's like $5,000 or $6,000 the camera lens.
Yeah.
And one of the stock guys came out with a case of 6 and gave it to the guy. And the guy went home. And he came back and he returned the 5 lenses.
Why?
Yeah, exactly. But no, that's what he did. He wound up returning the lenses and said that he couldn't live with himself by keeping those lenses.
Well, who would need
They
6?
never even knew they did
Wow.
it.
I could use 6.
Yeah. Make your own Dragonfly setup.
Yeah, exactly. With Pix Insight, you can mix different focal lengths together in a single image. I mean, it's an amazing program. I'm really looking forward to trying.
Oh, yeah.
I used it for a while and I loved it. And then it expired. And, I'm on disability, so I couldn't cough up to $250 right now to buy the program. But I will definitely buy that program.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
A lot of features, a lot of functionality with that.
So I got the hang of it because there's a lot of nice tutorials on TV. I mean, on YouTube that get you to the steps, and you just follow their steps, and it's good, And plus there's a lot of all the courses you pay for, and it's incredible what you can pull out of these images.
Yeah, just amazing stuff. Tremendously powerful. And with computers, all the technology we have at our disposal,
But the age factor's in there too. You know, you forget, you know, all these damn programs like, you know, Photoshop, when they come out with another one, you forget kind of
where things are.
Yeah, exactly. And you're like, you got to relearn it again.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah.
That keeps us sharp.
Yeah.
Sharper than what we might otherwise be, you know, so that's
yeah,
right.
well, getting those senior
Like a
moments
lot of these
sometimes, I
programs-
sit there, what am I going to image? I'm sitting in the telescope. What was I going to shoot? And you know, I have to write it down now. What objects I want to shoot.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Scott, but my PC is crazy right now.
Problem.
I
Pekka, next
checked-
time. Next time.
Yeah, I
Okay.
was sitting yesterday and put the video was soundless, but I found some copyright-free music on the internet.
Yeah.
And I mixed it and done it. And now when I should use it, because my Windows is like crazy, if it updates itself, the latest update will make that my Microsoft Mail won't work anymore. So I have installed it now, something that calls no Windows update. You can choose if you enable it or disable it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Windows will update all the time.
Yeah, and all the time they are making me crazy. So I downloaded Kill updates. But I will show it next time.
Okay,
but I
next
want
time. No
I
problem.
wanted to be with you so I can get the portion of, you know, the energy, so I can keep going on for a week.
Sure.
And I overslept badly.
Pekka, thank you. Thank you
Thank
for
you,
coming
Scott.
on. Yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
I know that you had a
I have an
big
X-ray.
schedule for, I guess
X-ray.
now is today for you. So yeah, you
Yeah,
have a
it's
schedule.
they will look after dark matter.
Okay.
Yeah, but it was nice to participate, and as always,
Thank
I
you
love this
so
stuff.
much.
It's
All
so
right.
good.
Have a good breakfast and a good
Yeah, yeah.
Take care,
Thanks,
Pekka.
same. Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Scott. Bye bye.
Hey,
Bye, Pekka.
Yeah.
Bye, Cameron.
Yeah. Well, gentlemen, it's midnight 30 here, and so I think we're going to wind down unless someone else has something else they'd like to share.
I'll shoot you.
Oh, Jeff has one more thing
One
here.
more.
Looks like
If I
for the
can
road.
find everything. I don't even, oh, here it is. I forget how I have this set up. Just a little Jupiter.
Oh yeah, we saw your Saturn image earlier. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
All right. Look at
It's
that. I mean,
amazing.
that's pretty darn good.
For this, I mean, I haven't seen it. This
Oh wow.
That's nice.
can't usually get that close.
Yeah, I'm looking at it on my 50-inch monitor over here. It looks pretty good. About the size of a softball.
Pretty darn
Yeah.
good. Very nice.
Lucky Imaging, I'd probably get one off of that. But anyway,
Yes.
for God, I don't know where you guys went. Oh, okay, here it is. Thank you.
I'm amazed how well, Jeff, this is getting over YouTube and over the Zoom, you know, to be able to update that fast. That's pretty good, you know. I mean, to really see the atmospheric disturbance, but still get a pretty decent sharp image, almost visually. It's really
Yeah,
nice.
I forgot about the YouTube thing. So it does come through okay. Well, that's good to know.
Yeah. I'm looking at it on Facebook. And it's also coming over very nice.
See lot more than I usually do see. Considering
Seeing
it,
must be pretty decent.
I mean, this is just a few milliseconds, 5 milliseconds.
Yeah.
That's pretty short.
That's awesome.
So
Pretty
anyway, thank you for having me, and good.
Jeff, anytime. Anytime. You're welcome.
And I'll let you know, Scott, if I can get that solar thing working, and you know, we'll figure something out.
Yeah, we'll do it. Absolutely.
I'd like to demonstrate it once I learn how to work it.
Sure. Well, it's very impressive. Extremely
Scott.
impressive.
Well, let me on.
Yeah, great to meet you, and great to see you. You know, really, Jeff and I have been corresponding for a while here, and it's good to see him on the with his rig all set up. That's awesome.
Actually works, Cameron.
Looks nice.
It took me.
And then Mike, I love your setup. That was really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
You know, it's showing you what you know. It's the eye, you know, what you can catch and what you pick up in the research. Looking at some of those pictures that you took in good conditions, so that's a treasure.
Whenever I shoot a galaxy, I always look for a supernova because you never know.
You never know. That's right.
For 51,
That's right.
several guys found
Yeah.
supernovas on their first night out, so you always got to look for supernovas.
You mean after you've imaged the galaxy, you go through it looking for a supernova?
That's correct.
Gotcha. Good.
And I have about 40,000 images from the supernova search, though. I can
man.
compare it with.
Were you, Mike, were you part of the Tim Puckett team for a while? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was there for 10 years, over 10 years.
Yeah. You must have lots of supernova discoveries, I would imagine. So.
Yeah, I got 24, and I got a cataclysmic variable, and I guess I had my C14 found about 100 of them, I guess. So
man,
oh yeah,
it was you know, good, but these big surveys just kicked our butt. You know, not much you can do about it.
Yeah,
but it was fun. It really was. Just to look at the galaxies, even if you didn't find anything, just to see all these weird galaxies you never seen before.
Yes,
I love galaxies. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan.
I mean, Jack, he did it for years, and he, you know, how's Jack doing, by the way?
He's fine. He's fine. I talk to Jack, I don't know, once a week, something like that.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, because I kind of lost
him and
track
Alice
of
are
him.
both doing fine.
Yeah, since the end of the supernova research, I lost track of him.
Yeah.
I keep in contact with Timmy a lot, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He's retired, basically, isn't he?
Yeah, he's on a little boat. He's on a boat, so.
Yeah.
He still lives down in Atlanta. So.
I see. Well, very good.
Yeah,
well,
thank
gentlemen.
you for having me, Scott. I really, you know.
Hey, Mike, you're welcome to be on any and all Global Star Parties. You too, Jeff. So, you know, anytime.
Yeah, galaxies, Mike. I love seeing those galaxies.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Absolutely. Can't get enough of them. I love it. I love it, especially when you have the primary subject, the foreground object, and then you have all those fainter ones getting that real depth. You know, just little nuggets strewn across the image. Love it.
Yeah, one time when we were doing the supernova search, you know, Timmy started that way back in 96 or 99, and every image had 4 or 5 asteroids in it, and they're all unknown asteroids. And if we would have reported them, we could have been the most successful asteroid team ever.
Right.
We were using the 24-inch, 14, 12, and Jack stuff. Can you imagine how many we would have found?
Oh, hundreds, sure.
Yeah. So
maybe thousands.
Thousands, probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that was pretty cool. So.
Oh yeah. Well, there's still lots of discovery waiting out there. So.
Well. Joining AADSO again. Look for cataclysmic variables.
All right, gentlemen. Well, have a great night.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for coming on. And thank you to the audience for tuning in. And we'll be back next Tuesday with another Global Star Party with a tribute to John Dobson, and the Sidewalk Astronomers will be there. Lots of them who knew John Dobson when it all kind of began, and you know, and even into his later years and towards the end of his life. But we'll be talking about his legacy and the amazing impact he had on our community. So
he was great for our community, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's right. All right, gentlemen.
Good night.
Everybody, have a great night, and we will see you also tomorrow with more episodes. So take care.
All right. See you, Scott. Thank you.
Thank you
All
so
right.
much, man.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
Scott. Cheers.